the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series and the start of week 2 here at the Live Lounge. Before we tuck into today's action, let's remind ourselves of how the Super Series format works.
Featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in fees and prize money. There is a new MODUS Players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns £20,000 first prize, and after Champions Week, action starts again for week 1 of the next series.
Expertly explained there by our very own Chris Murphy. Scott Mitchell alongside me to look ahead to today's action. But before we do that, let's take a reminder of what happened on Saturday when Jim McEwen became the winner of week 1.
A valiant debut week for Mark Graham was ended by Jim McEwen, this double 9, seeing a 4-1 victory which eliminated the Butcher. Reece Colley was the winner of Group C, but was eliminated in the pool stages on Saturday night thanks to this brilliant performance by Scott Walters. The Hillbilly just ran out of steam in the semi-finals with Jim McEwen pinning tops to win a last leg decider. Robert Owen bowed out of the competition after 2 years in a deciding leg. He was beaten by the man from Winchester. And McEwen secured the first place at Champions Week by beating Walters 4-2. It was McEwen, the master of the Super Series.
Yeah, superb weekend of action. Superb victory for Jim McEwen in that one as well. But it is time to look ahead to week 2. Scott, a few players in the field that you know very well, Jared Cole in particular.
Yeah, obviously we had Jared Cole in the England days when I was the captain, so yeah, know a little bit about him. Keelan Kay as well, West Country boy like myself, and obviously everybody knows the Duff man and what he's done recently, but he's been around a long time, so very experienced. Yeah,
Neil Duff has been around for a long time, but perhaps producing some of his best stuff a bit later on in the day.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. I mean, I think he's done his apprenticeship. We played lots of internationals over the last 10 or 12 years, and yeah, he really is coming and throwing some of the best darts of his life in the last 18 months.
And for the likes of Keelan Kay, what can we expect from him here this week?
Look, he's got to look at it as a big learning curve. You know, these early games are really nervous games, and these are like World Championship games. He's got to take away from this a lot, because otherwise you've got to keep learning at that age.
And as for Jared Cole, another youngster in the field, of course, these are quite relentless formats, aren't they, to play in? He's got the mindset, though, hasn't he, as he's already shown, to succeed on this stage?
Absolutely, he has, and he's shown what he can do, and maybe at a slight advantage because he's done it before, so good for him.
Yeah, Alexander Merks making his debut here this week as well, so it'll be really intriguing to see what he's able to produce. But Graham Hall is first up. He's actually the favourite to go on and win the entire week at 4-1. We know he is more than capable as well. He's already won a week so far in this phase. Fantastic.
Absolutely, and he's going to go up there and he's going to show that he's got to lay his cards straight away. He's got to put his cards on the table and go, this is what I'm going to do this week, and he has a chance to do it right from the off.
He has indeed, against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen in this one. We know he's produced some stuff over recent weeks on the Nordic and Baltic circuit. That kind of format, playing on that circuit, is that going to be an advantage for him in this one?
Look, I think at the age and at the stage they are in their careers, this has to be an advantage. It doesn't matter whether they're winning or losing. They've got to be learning. And I'm really interested to see what he's got over here.
Yes, we all are indeed. Right then, let's get into the first match of this morning's session. Henry, over to you.
Good morning, Abby. Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to week 2 of stage 2 here at the MODUS Super Series. We welcome back Graham Hall to proceedings, fresh from Champions Week, and he'll be looking to right the wrongs of there, where he almost qualified for the Champions Night, just missed out, but he is back, this time as an ADC representative, the 33-year-old from Alcester. The last 64 of the UK Open earlier this year, and has played some fantastic stuff with us. He's up against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, the 28-year-old from Olminde in Denmark. He's played at the PDC World Cup a couple of times, and it is his second appearance here at the Super Series. He played in the last week of action at the previous venue in Southampton, but it is Graham Hall to get the action underway, to get week 2 underway of the process here. And it is an exciting mix of players. If you like a broad church of darting talents, then this is most certainly the week for you, because alongside these two, you have Alexander Merks from Holland. You've got Jared Cole and Keelan Kay, two of the best young talents around, and the reigning WDF World Champion, Neil Duff, in this group. And I'm happy to say that describing all the action alongside me for the next couple of days, it is a very good morning to another former champion of the world at the Lakeside. The 2015 champion, Scott Mitchell, is alongside me today. Morning, Scott.
Good morning, H. Oh, looking forward to this group. This is quite a tasty group. We've got a mix of sort of experience. We've got a mix of players that have been here before. We've got newbies. It's just, oh, it's mouth-watering. It seems like this every Monday morning with the MODUS Super Series.
It's amazing to think that we've got this sort of talent outside the PDC system. There's so many good players ready to go in this format.
No, who doesn't want to come and have a go at this? You know, it's the most amazing venue to come and play in. It's small, it's quaint, but it's absolutely set up for this. And it's set up so you play your best darts here. MODUS have not got this wrong. This has been set up so you play your best darts, and we've seen a lot of that.
We most certainly have, and we're hoping to see so today. But players just settling into this opening leg. Andreas first to finish after 12 against the darts. And whilst we're here, we must say congratulations to Ross Smith for winning the European Championships yesterday in Dortmund in Germany, as Jorgensen was looking to kick off the week in style, a 156.
140.
Yeah, all the more amazing for Smudger because he hates flying. So to go out there and have to jump on a plane and then go and do what he did, he was just amazing. And another one I've known for a long, long time since he was a youth player, and just totally made up for him. He's one of the sports nice guys.
Andreas, you require 16.
The Dennis Bergkamp of darts.
Yes, Roger could be known as the Dennis Bergkamp of darts, but he does actually get on the plane.
Yeah, that's game short on the first.
And Andreas is on the board. He had to get on a plane to get here from Denmark yesterday to make it to the live lounge in Portsmouth, and he gets his first leg of the week, the first of many, I'm sure. Break of throw in the opener to lead Graham Hall by a leg to nil.
Yeah, good break of throw, and that's a 57. Big settling moment for Andreas. He's obviously got nothing that he's expecting to produce. He can come here and play with a pretty open mind and 96. You know, set his stall out. He's I think he's played in Europe Cups and stuff. I do recognise
140.
He played here in the last phase, and the story of his time here was the first couple of games he was slow to get out the blocks and then improved as the day went on.
59.
Now he's had that experience of the format. He can learn how to deal with these 9:30 starts and 5 matches in a day.
58.
To be fair, for some of us poor old guys that used to play in the BDOs, some of us had to start at 9:30. Now, it's been a long time ago, but yeah, you know, for some of the guys that are doing WF circuit, it's not a rarity.
81.
There's our referee for the week, Marco Meyer. He's here up until Thursday, doing a sterling job with us here at the Super Series. Andreas doing a sterling job there to give him his first 180 call of the week.
Yeah, he's really settled in, having won that first leg, Andreas. He's now going to be coming back for 66. It's a good reply from Graham Hall, but it's 66 for Andreas. It's now 16. It's now double top to take leg 2, and he's nailed it first start.
Andreas Toft-Jørgensen.
Top of his confidence. Graham Hall now has to get in, and he has to take this leg. Has to take this leg.
Game on.
To stop him landsliding away.
Perfect start thus far for Andreas Toft-Jørgensen. 2-0 to the good here. And averaging a shade under 94.
57.
2 out of 3 on the doubles. A really good opening performance for the man from Denmark. Mind, this is the first of 15
95.
games that we're going to bring to you between now and around about 2:30. Coming up after this, we're going to see Keelan Kay up against Neil Duff. And then the debutant this week in Group A, Alexander Merks, takes on Jared Cole.
Good adjustment there from Hall to find the treble 20. Just straying into the fires a little too much. Andreas, his confidence is very high, and he's feeling at the moment that anything he looks at, he can hit.
$59.
Just looks comfortable on the stage, doesn't he, Andreas? Just looks at home. He's just been having a little look around. He spent a lot of time on the stage this morning, throwing some practice darts just to acclimatise himself to it all.
I think that's very important. I think at most of the big championships, you're allowed to do that. A lot of viewers won't know that, but yeah, I know at Lakeside, I was able to go up and have a few darts just to settle yourself. Even I used to do it even year after being there loads of times. And I know at the Ali Pali I was allowed to do it last year as well. Although that didn't help me out much in the end.
Oh, this could be helpful for Toft-Jørgensen. The bullseye for 164 for 3-0.
123. Graham, you require 164.
Well, you've been shown the route, Graham, but decides to go the other way.
The more traditional way, I'd say.
57. Andreas, you require 41.
So it's tops up, which he's hit with one dart last leg. Now he's chasing it down to the 10s.
31.
He finally misses. Hall has to take these 107s to take advantage. It's on his throw as well. Not this time for Hall.
47. Andreas, you require
so Andreas
10.
Toft comes back for double 5.
Yeah, that's came short in the third leg. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen.
Second dart, so now with Andreas with the darts.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
He looks calm and composed around the hockey. You always do when you're 3-0 up though, H. You always do.
That first dart was a superb marker for the second. Just mentioning about the players warming up on stage. Every player has a little bit of a throw on the stage just to help us out in the production as well, so we can fix the camera positions, because every player has a different stance and they throw in different positions.
140.
We have an amazing machine here where we can actually preset where the players are throwing. We just click a button every single time they throw.
100.
So we get everything perfectly placed.
Mate, I'm a bit of a techno. What's it? I'm not very good with all that sort of stuff. I'm very old-fashioned. I still struggle with my remote control at home.
36.
Those are brilliant gadgets and gizmos here.
95. $84.
Slight drift there from Hall. He had a good chance to catch Andreas back up there, but the 7 no good to him. But Andreas is letting him in again now. A lot of players don't sometimes think right here, just 100 will get you back in it and keep the pressure under Andreas. He really needs that treble now to leave himself a shot. And what a class last start that was from Hall.
Gives him a squeak if this 138 doesn't go, which it won't. But Andreas will be disappointed that he's not left it more handy from here. 80 after 15. If Hall can't take out the 141, he should get a dart at tops. He is going to come back for that opportunity to seal the match, to seal a 4-0 victory, and to really put out a statement win from the get-go.
Andreas should get a dart here at tops. Hall has left pressure with 41. 1 dart at tops.
40.
And he's missed it.
So require 41.
It's Hall. So 2 tons now back-to-back coming into this 41. Is he confident enough to take this tops? Last chance.
Yeah, that's
and he takes it. That's a great dart as well, because those fall in when you're 3-0 up. When you're 3-0 down, they are very hard work.
And you can tell with the way he reacted, just an ironic celebration to himself. And that double went in.
Just to remind himself that he can do it. I mean, it's the most strange feeling to try and explain
98.
If you haven't been up there and done it. But it's the same feeling that you get on a Monday night in your pub league. It's the same feeling. It's you're just playing it at a different
81.
level.
It's all relative. It just changes upon circumstance.
It does indeed. And these conditions
100.
to play in with nobody watching, or even if you're playing in a tournament locally, somebody will be watching you, or there'll be things going on behind you to look at and just take your mind off the game. Sometimes some players like to do that. Just have a look around the room and then focus at 3 darts at a time. Here it's very intense because all you've got to focus on is your opponent. There's nothing else
100.
going on.
I was presenting on Friday night, and I found it really weird that because the players are trying to find somewhere in the room to aim at or look at when they're going past and looking back. I won't name the player, but there's one player I think spent the whole night just staring at me as something just to kind of get a sight or something.
Yeah, no, mate, it can happen. It really
81.
can happen. Hall has now really jumped on the back of winning a leg. It's his throw, obviously, so he would be the one you'd expect to get there
105.
first.
Graham, you require 122.
Leg 5 of the first match today. It's 1-2-2, 18 through. He's gone. Slight blocker. Moves across 6 inches. Oh, that was unlucky. Unlucky. 2 well thrown
54.
darts. Tried to whip it through the gap to get 90 to leave 32, but he sat there on 68. Oh, is he going to get back? Andreas, no. Bit quick with that second dart.
116.
What a showman.
You require 68.
Double 18. But this is the way they're all going now.
The way the game has changed. And is this game changing?
64.
It may be over now.
Andreas, you require 40.
Indeed. You think, was that the chance? It's now for 10s. You don't want to be chasing to 5s.
35.
Oh, and it's 5 left. A reprieve for Hall there. A little smirk on his face, like he says, "I'm not missing this now."
Yeah,
and he didn't.
Game short
he didn't.
The 5th flag. Graham Hall.
A little hand of apology there as well. But don't apologise, mate. You just got to get on with
6
it. That's the game.
Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Fair to say, he didn't expect that opportunity, but this is the leg for Graham Hall because Andreas has the darts. He has to break here, otherwise he will
81.
end up defeated, and the comeback that he's tried to put on would be in vain.
He really got to get him under now and try and break this throw. And the treble 20 was a really good start. And the third dart, the treble 20, was a really good finish of that particular set of 3.
23.
Shall I talk to you about 3-2 comeback, Scott?
No, not this weekend, mate. Poor old Bournemouth. 2-0 up. My beloved hometown team. Oh, Tottenham are third in the... Never mind. Just, I was doing all right till you mentioned. Look, you started me off.
No one gets away with it here.
Not when you're on duty, H. Not when you're on duty.
Jared Cole's actually a Tottenham fan. We'll see him in, ironically, game 3.
120.
Looking at Alexander Merks from the Netherlands. Then we've got Keelan Kay in action up against Neil Duff. That's a battle of Plymouth Argyle and Rangers.
58. Graham, you require 139.
You could say that, and you did.
$85.
Missed the 17 there with his last dart, but it's not going to be too crucial. Andreas 59, back on 279.
54.
Looks like this is going to be level pegging. It's 14, and that tops he hit.
Yeah,
and he's hit it again first start.
Graham
the confidence is now flowing back to Hall. And he crucially has the throw here in the 7th and final leg.
Game on.
As our referee Marco has just pointed out.
140.
Well, we don't often see 3-0 comebacks here. We usually see it maybe around once a week. We might be seeing it in the first game of the week.
And it's a very good start from Hall. He needs the 140s are good, but you've got to back him up in these last legs. And he has with that first treble 20. Disappointed not to have hit more. Once you've hit one treble 20, now Andreas, if he hits a 2 treble visit, which is what he's done, we're back to level pegging. So pressure back on Hall now.
But he has the advantage of throw.
100.
He's trying to use it to full effect. Would have liked another treble there. That's a perfect first dart.
140.
Andreas has just speeded up a little now, hasn't he? And it's a little bit more of a flowing movement here in this last leg of the match. Hall really needs to find a treble. He needs a treble.
57.
And he hasn't
Andreas
found one.
121.
So you'd say advantage Andreas, but now he's dropped one very low.
62. Graham, you require 104.
Strange one that. Didn't get that dart for the bull at the end there from Andreas, but it has left him on a 2-darter, so probably not so strange. So going the 20s route is Graham Hall. It's 24 for the match.
80.
And from 3-0 down, Graham Hall has missed the match dart. Andreas is going to get 2 of his own at tops for the match. And Andreas Toft-Jørgensen survives the Graham Hall comeback to beat him by 4 legs to 3 in the opening game of the week with an 83.13 average, the solitary maximum in the match. 4 from 13 on the doubles, 30.77%. That equates to Graham Hall got out the block slowly but came back well in the end, but just misses out there in the last leg decider. So Andreas gets the first 2 points of the week. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see Keelan Kay up against the reigning WDF World Champion, Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Andreas Toft-Jørgensen has just survived a late fight back from Graham Hall in that one in order to get over the line. A 4-3 winner. He was taken all the way to a last leg decider despite racing out early on into a 3-0 lead. He really came flying out of the traps in that match. Didn't he? A 17 dart leg followed by a 15 with some really clinical finishing in the early stages, and despite missing 4 at double in leg 3 was afforded time to get over the line in that one. But with his first darts at double in the entire match, Hall pinned tops with his second dart in hand, and it turned out to be his route back into the match, because from there he started to find his range. A 14 dart break of throw to force a decider, but Hall missed a match dart and Toft-Jørgensen took out tops to get over the line in that one. Just over 30% checkout success for the Dane in that one. Next up then, we've got Keelan Kay up against Neil Duff. Neil Duff is the favourite with the bookies to come through and get the win in this one. Of course, the 50-year-old is the reigning WDF World Champion, but he comes up against someone who does have vast experience playing here in this tournament, because Keelan Kay has won just over 40% of his 163 games in this event. Will he be able to add another win in this one, or will Neil Duff get his first 2 points on the board? Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so the first appearances of the week for two of the experienced campaigners here at the Super Series as Keelan Kay takes on Neil Duff. As Abby was rightly alluding to, Neil Duff, the reigning WDF World Champion, beating Thibaut Tricol in a thrilling final in April, up against Keelan Kay, the 20-year-old, down in Plymouth. Very exciting young talent who we've seen here a few times in all 3 formats now. We saw him at home in Southampton and now here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. What can the Lord of the Board do here at the church, I wonder, Scott?
Yeah, you set me right up there, didn't you? Yeah, lovely. Yeah, look, obviously I know a little bit about Keelan, and I was saying upstairs with Abby earlier that
First leg, it's Keelan the throw first. Game on.
Played for Devon forever and a day, and he's been a youth player through there, and yeah, he's new to a lot of people here, but
96.
not a new one to me. And I've actually played him on the county stage for Dorset against Devon. I can't remember who won, but I wouldn't, you know, I'm sure his family are watching, so I can't say anything.
60.
Bit of a rivalry down that way, isn't it, Dorset and Devon?
Yeah, Dorset, Devon, Cornwall. It's a friendly rivalry, to be fair. But,
58.
Yeah, it's they're great games to play in. Great games to play in. You find out about your own character in those sorts of games.
Neil Duff, the reigning WDF
85.
World Champion, has been parading the trophy wherever he's been. You know what that feeling's like. Just for us mere mortals, what does that feel like, parading that trophy, having the star on the back of your shirt?
Well, for me, it was just because it was on the amateur side, and there was when I had it, obviously Christian Kist and Stephen Bunnett had gone over to the PDC, so it hadn't been paraded around, so it was very easy for me to do. But it's an absolute honour to hold the trophy, and I've got to be honest, you don't realise what you've got until you go back and hand it back. Duff here, he looks like he's using a Joe Cullen dart.
Keelan, you require 88.
They are both from the same manufacturer, Duff and Cullen.
48.
Here we can get a little bit of a look in here. It does look very similar. I think the only change is possibly the flight.
60. Keelan, you require 40.
Yes, yeah, it looks like some sort of L-style flight, but Keelan now just composes himself.
20.
Just drops under. He'll be back. And Mr. Duff, man, is putting him under immense pressure.
138. Keelan, you require 20.
Double 10 for Keelan Kay.
Yeah, that's
and he takes the opening leg with the throw. So 1-0 to him. All on throw so far. I'm surprised Paul Nicholson didn't try and crowbar his way into the commentary box with Duff Man here on stage.
Indeed, yeah, right up his street. And here goes the Duff man again.
140.
Starts with the 140. More experienced campaigner. He won't be worried about losing that first leg. He'll know that that's gone with the darts. It's now down to Keelan to
100.
absolutely put the hammer down, so to speak, and try and whip this leg off of Neil Duff.
60.
Little glance to the skies over the top of his glasses there with that non-treble visit from Neil Duff.
97.
Quite a nice pace for both of them. They both throw at a very similar pace here, so that usually means it's heading for a
59.
good game. But of course, these early games, they're so important. The first game of the day, first game of the week. You can go up there and you can practice before the games.
100.
You don't know how it feels until you get up there and you're doing it in earnest.
And in fairness, you look at all 6 players in the group, they all go at a very good pace.
78.
They go at a bit of a gallop.
Yeah, they do. There is no thought of anything other than hit that red lipstick.
100. Neil, you require 164.
So Duff on the 164. He's made a good start. Oh, millimetres away. Gives his head a little shake.
96. Keelan, you require 104.
He's giving Kay a chance.
This is for the breaker throw. And he's going to get one dart at tots for it, and it isn't too far away. So Duff will get a
68.
second opportunity. He should at least get one dart. He's only going to get one dart. Pick your target, Neil. Double 16.
52.
Goes a begging.
Keelan,
And so Kay does
40.
return for the break for a 2-0 lead.
With 3 in hand. Going down to that double 10 again. Now he's chasing to the 5. He threw that 10s a little quick.
Yeah,
but
that's game short in a
composed
second
himself
leg.
to take
Keelan Kay.
the double 5. 2-0 to Keelan
Third
Kay.
leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
And he's now in the box seat for the match.
43.
But really needed a better start than that, because if Duff now comes in with a 140, he's turned the throw with the first attempt. And that's exactly what he's doing. What experience here
140.
from the world champion.
It's like you know what you're talking about, Scott.
Yeah, no, I don't actually.
46.
No, don't make me go down the farming route.
How is the farm these days?
Wet and muddy. Don't come without your welly
85.
boots.
I feel there's a documentary in the making there.
41.
Amazon should pick it up. They should do something on farming, shouldn't they? Get some celebrity, maybe, you know, someone who hosted Top Gear to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. What a good idea. I can't believe you haven't patented that idea for yourself.
45.
Well, Neil Duff has made a bit of headway in this leg against the darts. Following
46.
visits of 43, 46, 41, and now 46 for Kay. That 140 at the start of the leg has given him the advantage, has wrestled the darts away from the lord of the board.
134.
And that has well and truly wrestled them away. Yeah, giving himself a little come on G up there.
81.
Slightly
Neil, you
wayward.
require 97.
But you have to play this leg now. Keelan does, like the leg is gone. The Duff man
85.
missing another double.
$44.
So double
Neil, you
six to
require
get
12.
the break back and to reduce the deficit to 2-1.
That's
And
game
there
short
it
in the
is.
third leg.
And Neil Duff
Duff.
gets his first leg of the week on the board within 16 darts. And although Keelan Kay opened up a
Forward leg, it's
2-0
Neil to
lead, the
throw
first couple of legs
Game
were
on.
a little bit scrappy. It looks as if maybe Duff is turning the screw a little bit here.
Look, I can tell you one thing here, H.
100.
Nobody minds if they're scrappy or not, as long as you win them. Those scrappy legs where it's nip and tuck and they can go to 18, 21, 25 darts. Nobody cares as long as you win them.
36.
You know, you only worry about the scrappy legs if you haven't won them.
Well, the game is gradually improving. 19 followed by an 18 and a 16 in the last.
121.
Like I say, these first matches early doors and are difficult. Keelan just
34.
straying with his second dart again there. Needs to compose himself. Neil
100.
Duff has composed himself since those first two legs.
$83.
This is always a great game when you're in front dart.
140.
It's great when you're in front in a leg. It's the most lovely game in the world.
99. Neil, you require 40.
Tots are 2-2 for 13, and the trend of legs getting better and better as the game goes on continues. That's a 13 darter for Neil Duff to level us up at 2 apiece, and he's dragged his average up now to just below 90, around about the late 70s on the end of the second leg.
134.
And that's a great start from Keelan Kay. He looked like he'd lost his range. He looked like he lost his rhythm.
41.
Game shot on one leg. A new leg starts like a different player.
60.
Just watching Keelan over the last couple of visits, he sets himself very well with the first dart, and then darts 2 and 3 could be a little bit quick, and perhaps
45.
It's not a surprise because he sets himself with the first dart. That tends to be the best scoring dart of the visit.
99.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. There's a couple of times during this match so far, his second dart has either been thrown a little quick or a little wayward. But he's managed to control himself now. He's got a couple of hundred in front. And now we see Neil Duff struggling a little, which is what I was saying about earlier. When you're in front in a leg, it makes it a lot easier.
58.
You force the issue of the opponent, don't you?
Yeah, you do, particularly when you've got the throw. But, oh, that's unlucky. That's a bad deflection there from Neil Duff. It's unfortunate.
81. Keelan, you require 150.
Rueful shake of the head says it all. And so Kay's going to get 6 and 150 for a 3-2 lead. Good recovery with the second
78.
dart.
Absolutely. Even caught a cameraman out there. He was throwing that quick. That's how he wants to get on with it. It's
100. Keelan, you require 72.
That was minimum requirement for Duff to make sure that Kay knew that he was on a finish. Composes himself. This is what I'm saying about this fella. That's a great first dart.
48.
Oh, he's unlucky
Neil,
with that third dart. It's a well-thrown dart.
He is going to return for 3 more for a 3-2 lead.
60. Keelan, you require 24.
I promise I won't mention 3-2 too often.
Yeah, please don't. I'll have you in a headlock by game 4 if you do.
18. Neil, you require 94.
Duff looks as if he's beginning to get the game by the scruff of the neck. He will do if he could take out the 94. Went the bullseye route. 92 left after that first dart. Moves across to the double 12 to the double 18. Should he return? Kay down on double 3 for 3-2.
Dodgy little double this as well when you're chasing it. You've got to think he's only get one more dart.
Neil, you require 36.
That's 8 darts at a double this leg for Kay. Neil Duff would not have been expecting to get a chance. Oh,
yeah, that's game short on the 5th flag.
He sneaked that in the top corner. You could have had 4 goalkeepers in there. You wouldn't have stopped that one.
6 flaggers. Neil the throw first. Game on.
I'd be hoping to get the crucial points now. Has the throw for a 4-2 win. And that one sneaks in the corner as well.
100.
He's the winner of the darting Ballon d'Or this year as the world champion.
Indeed.
30.
And that's a terrible start from Keelan Kay. He really needed more than that.
60.
Although the Duff man has left it, let him back in. It's all about getting your mindset, and there's that second dart again, just a little
45.
bit quicker.
This issue of things like that is trying to address
81.
it in a way that then doesn't take from your natural flow and your natural game.
To be honest, mate, when you're up there and you do something like that, you don't
55.
really notice it until you speak to somebody afterwards. And I had it a couple of times last week in at the Pro Tours, and my daughter said, "You don't ever throw like that, or you don't usually
85.
do this, or you don't usually look like that when you're playing." And it just does. It just, you don't realise you're even doing it.
$45.
45, the left-handed 180. But that's not helping Kay at the moment.
43.
Neil Duff not really setting the world alight with this leg, but he hasn't needed to. From Kay, been struggling on his scoring in this leg.
He does have a bit of a break
96.
until his
Neil, you require
next game when he plays
132.
Alexander Merks. That's after the 5-game interval. Neil Duff wanting 1-3-2 for the match. He's got 6 darts from here.
60.
60 leaves him handily placed on 72 to get the 2 points.
A 140 or a 180 here from Kay would absolutely
81.
turn the
Neil,
leg
you
on its
require
head. But
72.
he's gone the traditional route. Oh, it's double 10 now.
62. Keelan, you require 149.
So Keelan, fill your boots, boy. Oh, he's only filled a 1. It's disappointing
81.
leg indeed.
Neil, you
for all the
require
Keelan Kay
10.
followers watching.
And so double 5 for Duff.
Game.
To get
Shot,
the
and a
4-2
match.
victory.
Neil Duff.
The Duff man is off and running here at the Super Series. He gets his party started this morning with a 4-2 victory. Average of 79.5. Both players not playing to the level we usually see from them, but first game of the day, Neil Duff gets the victory. That's the important thing for him. Keelan Kay does have a little bit of a break until his next game. He plays Andreas Toft-Jørgensen in a few matches' time. But after the break, we're going to see a first appearance at the Super Series for Alexander Merks. He's in action as he takes on Jared Cole after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Neil Duff has just got his first 2 points on the board of this morning's session in Group A. It was a 4-2 victory for him in that one. Neither player really setting the world alight with their averages or their performances overall, but having found himself 2 down early on, Neil Duff improved and grew into that one a bit, didn't he? And with that, the pressure grew on his opponent, who started missing more and more darts at double. As you can see, just 12% on the outer ring for Keelan Kay in that one. Duff not always convincing on the outer ring himself, not overly convincing in general in that match. As I said, neither setting the world alight with that display, but just doing enough in the end to get over the line, Neil Duff, in that match. So then it is he who gets his first 2 points on the board in Group A. Next up, we have the debutant in action, Alexander Merks, up against Jared Cole. Jared Cole, someone who is the favourite at 4-7 coming in to this one today. Of course, he made his mark in JDC events back in 2017, and of course he has won a title on TV already, beating Nathan Gervin in a final at the Finder Masters for the youth event in that tournament, of course. And as for his opponent Merks, he is making his debut here this week. He is 17th in the WDF Order of Merit currently, and he has reached a couple of finals over recent weeks as well in WDF events. So will he be able to feel that winning feeling again in his opening match here at the Super Series? Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby, and it is a very warm welcome to the Super Series for Alexander Merks, making his debut appearance in this competition after a very strong 2022, as Abby mentioned, in the WDF circuit, up against a man we've seen here many, many times in Jared Cole. The most experienced campaigner in this group is the King of the Castle, playing his 284th match in this competition with a 55% strike rate in terms of victory at an overall average of 87.67. That is the sort of opponent that Alexander the Great is looking to overcome in this one. Alexander the Great against King of the Castle. That's got some kind of epic Shakespearean tragedy tale written all over it.
It's Alexander
I feel like somebody should be grabbing a sword out of a stone here somewhere. It's got that type of thing to it.
Got some fantastic nicknames in this group.
40.
The Lord of the Board, the King of the Castle, Alexander the Great.
And the Duff Man.
100.
It's better than players that just put nicknames and the Y on the end, isn't it?
Absolutely.
30.
Who on earth? You've got to add an animal to it. You can't just be Scotty. You've got to be Scotty Dog.
100.
That one kind of fell in your lap, really, didn't it, Scotty Dog?
No, it did for me, actually. My mum used to call me Scotty Dog when I was in trouble.
59.
So, yeah, it was the first time. I remember one of the first, you know, I hit a 180 event somewhere, or a league match. I think it was 45. A league match, and one of my teammates went, "Great dart, Scotty Dog," and then everybody just started calling me Scotty Dog, so it stuck, really. So
100.
Yeah. Yeah, the pink thing was another whole different debacle. But, yeah.
Luckily, we've got a whole day of darts to talk about that.
We have indeed, yeah. There's always plenty
50.
to talk about when there's dart players around and in town, I can tell you.
125.
Got to say, it's probably one of the best shirts I've seen here at the Super Series as well. Look at the back of Alexander's
45.
shirt. We may get a look at it if he wins this leg on the 147.
131. Jared Cole, you require 161.
Alexander, but 161 going for Jared. He's gone the other way first.
89. Alexander, you require 16.
So 16 and first blood for Alexander.
No score.
It's not
Jared,
to
you
be.
require 72.
An opening leg break. Double 12.
Short in the first leg.
And Jared Cole is on the board. In a leg that Alexander dominated in the scoring phase. Missed
Second
3 darts at
largest,
double,
Jared to
and
throw first.
Jared
Game
picked up the
on.
pieces to lead 1-0.
Welcome to the MODUS Super Series, Alexander. That was.
55.
Scoring for show, doubles for dough. Alexander's dart there looks
60.
Looks sort of like it may have been based on like an old Barney or something from years gone by. It's funny how you watch players and see what their darts look like, and obviously their own
95.
brand darts and things now as they get picked up by companies. But usually there's a base where they started from. There's
60.
lots that look like the old Bristow ring dart. There's a few that look like the Barney darts of the day.
100.
It's interesting the prototypes you see recycled
100.
sometimes here at the Super Series.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. You know, it's nothing like receiving a new dart. It's just the best feeling
100.
to receive a new dart and you get it in your hand and you look at it and you like it and you just think, I've got to get out there and throw this.
It's like driving a new car for the first time. The
140.
fresh
Jared
steering wheel and the
151.
new car smell and things like that. It just feels fresh, new and bubbly.
That's exactly what it feels like. You're absolutely right.
43. Alexander, you require 141.
So 141 coming in, but it won't be going this time.
95. Jared, you require 108.
I maybe would have gone the bullseye route there. I'm trying left 36, not 46, but it's Jared now starting
52.
down the bottom of the board.
Alexander, you require 46.
46 coming in. Where's he gone? Oh, it's only
that's
just
game
the
short in the
14,
second
but you
lag.
can't say
Alexander
anything about
Merks.
that double 16. That was smack bang centre. You could have walked to the board and placed it, and you would have not got that any more central
Third
if you
lag is
tried.
Alexander to throw first. Game on.
And so the break back. We return to throw at 1 apiece.
95.
Alexander there was ready to go and wanted to go. He wanted to keep the pace of the game up. But we have to wait for all the technicalities
85.
to sort themselves out on the scoring system there.
Having a look at the action of Merks here.
36.
We'll have a look at Jared's now. Nice smooth action. Just a little bit of shoulder in the release.
100.
It's just a push. It's a very smooth action from the King of the Castle, which I do like his shirt, by the way, with all the little castle turrets. Very good idea.
97.
Just as well he didn't call himself King Cole. The King and the Beast.
60.
But he is the castle and he does look a solid unit.
98.
I don't actually know how to respond to that. There's no way out of that one. He has been working out. He has been in the gym. He's been very potent on his Instagram stories about that.
139. Jared, you require
He's a
116.
lovely lad. Jared, he's a lovely lad.
92. Alexander, you
Absolutely
require
knows darts
36.
inside out as well.
Yeah, that's game short in the third
Good
lag.
finish there from
Alexander
Alexander
Merkx.
Merks. Tidy. So after that miss at the start,
Forward
he has
lag is Jared to throw
started to boss
first.
this
Game
game.
on.
But how about this for a riposte?
140.
Talking about darts earlier, looking at Jared Cole's dart there, his
100.
looks very similar to like an Adrian Lewis dart.
I'm just going to have a look in between matches, but I think he's changed his darts from the last time he was here.
177.
He used to have a little bit more of a bobbly type groove in there.
60.
I will double check that. We're in the break between games.
They do look shiny and
84.
new as they're going into the board, that's for sure. Jared Cole has overcome the leg 3 disappointment.
140. Jared, you require 100.
He's now chasing that 100. Is he going to go tops? No, he looks to be moving to the side. Oh, what a lovely dart that is. It's double 10.
Yeah, that's game
a
short on the
lovely
fourth
shot.
line.
Really
Jared
did have to
Cole.
work hard on that one. I described that leg. It's like a 147 break when somebody's had to work hard to get it back round to the black and everything.
Fifth flag is Alexander
Jared
to
really
throw
had to work
first.
hard on
Game
that finish because the first dart was not favourable at all below the treble 20. And he's come across to one side and nailed it with the second dart to give him the opportunity.
And these two at the minute just cannot be split, can they?
100.
First two legs going against the darts, the second subsequent two going with the darts, and it's a best of 3 for the opening
40.
game of their particular days.
Indeed. Indeed.
91.
Getting the odd one off is a route that a lot do now, going for that treble 17 inside the
100.
first 6 darts. To work yourself down to a 170.
Just having a look at Jared's last appearance here. There is a change in the dart that he's throwing. Bit more of a bulbous barrel. The setup of the stem and flight is exactly the same, but the barrel is just slightly different, a little bit thinner and a little bit thicker.
98. Alexander, you require 164.
Again, starting down the bottom for the 164.
58. Jared, you require 112.
So there's only really one way to go for this 112, and that's to stay on the 20s. It's a lovely first dart. Can he be under or just a touch over?
88. Alexander, you require 106.
That's a good pick up of the treble 16 with the last dart. 106 for Merks. He's got to go across treble 18. Short on both
58.
there. Pitched them
Jared, you
short.
require 24.
So it's Cole going back to 24, which he's hit already.
Yeah, that's game short on the fifth
And he
flag.
takes it again.
Jared Cole.
And that is a crucial break, which means he is throwing for the match.
6 flag is Jared to throw first. Game on. $80.
Good recovery with the last dart.
Yeah, with the momentum of the leg win, you would have thought he maybe have started ton 40.
85.
A nice recovery with that last dart.
$97.
Merks here just needs a ton, but in the last couple, there we go. He's just pitching it over. Oh, what a lovely 2 darts. Most would say that's a blocker, but it doesn't seem to be with Alexander.
100.
What a time to hit a 180 from Jared Cole.
The first of the match, and perhaps at the perfect time, because it
43.
has forced Alexander Merks out into attack, and it may have forced the issue.
100.
So Merks really needs something big here. Started well.
100. Jared, you require 44.
Finish with a 14 darter, double 16. 15 will do.
12. Alexander,
He may come back unless Merks can take out the 133. He may still take out the 133. Not now.
93. Jared, you require 32.
So it's double 16 between Jared Cole and his first win of the day. Oh, they are both blockers, aren't they? Which way is he going? I tend not to go against the grain and go that way.
16. Alexander, you require 40.
It didn't work for Cole, so 40.
Yeah, that's game short on the 6 flag.
Now we've got the mind games coming into your own head now. Jared Cole feels he should be shaking hands and walking off of that stage.
Final leg. It's
day.
Alexander to throw first.
How is he going to react to that now in this 7th and final leg?
55. 100.
Steady start, a steady ton to start for Cole.
95.
A battle between two figurehead nicknames.
96.
Who would win in a battle between a king of the castle and a Alexander the Great?
Well, Alexander the Great
59.
didn't overcome pretty much anything. It didn't matter whether you were in a castle or not. So you'd say, in history would tell you, Alexander.
105.
But unfortunately, the darts are telling me something different here at the moment in this leg.
60. 60.
No trouble there, just opens the door for Alexander Merks. Very much so.
100. Charity require 140.
That's a great first dart. He needs another of those. Double 10.
130. Alexander
Almost.
require 132.
For a 15 darter, but now Merks comes back. And this has got a bit messy, but that's
90.
a good tidy up there.
Charity
With
require
his last
10.
dart, but it's 10. Will he go straight for it or go? He's 2'd it up, so he's 2 darts at double 4.
Game.
He
shot,
only needed
and the
1.
match.
And
Jared
it's
Cole.
the third match of the day. Goes to the Englishman, Jared Cole.
The king of the castle dethrones Alexander the Great with a 4-3 victory and an average of 87.46. It's actually the highest average we've seen so far today. 4 out of 11 on the doubles, a high out of a ton. Alexander Merks on debut, 82.76, had his opportunities, but you can already tell he's going to be a very, very good acquisition here for the Super Series. Goes down 4-3 though to Cole. He gets 2 points to his name at the start of the day. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, Andreas Toft-Jørgensen could be the first player to 4 points if he gets the better of Keelan Kay.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jared Cole has just come through in a last leg decider to complete our last round of games with a victory. It was a really good performance, wasn't it, throughout from Jared Cole. His finishing in particular really good in that match. It was a close encounter. Cole seemed like he'd done enough in the sixth leg to prevent the match from going to a decider, but having been so clinical earlier in the match, he missed 5 darts at double, which allowed Merks to take the match to a deciding leg. The 22-year-old recomposed himself really impressively after that disappointment, though, and was able to complete our first round of matches with that victory. As you can see, an average north of 87 in that match, but those missed starts at double do drag down his checkout percentage for that match. He was 4 out of 11 on the outer ring in the end. Next up then, we've got Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, who of course was victorious in his opening match of the session. We saw that one a little bit earlier on, and it was Andreas with that winning start. Looked very comfortable, didn't he? Racing into a 3-0 lead. Hauled his way back into the contest, but Toft-Jørgensen completed a 14-dart leg on tops in order to get over the line in that one. Keelan Kay with a really impressive start in his opener against Neil Duff. He raced into a 2-0 lead in that one, but Duff was able to complete the comeback in that one. Right then, let's get into this. It's our 4th match of this morning's session. Guys, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. It's game number 2 for Andreas and Keelan in the Monday morning session. And I think they both got a little bit of extra commentary from the PA system as well before play got back underway. A little bit of a laugh between the two players there. So Keelan looking to respond from that 4-2 defeat to Duff in the second game of the day, averaging in and around 70. Disappointing start for him. For Andreas, 83.13 average in a 4-3 victory against Graham Hall. He did race into a 3-0 lead in that one before Graham brought it back to 3 apiece.
First leg,
for
it's
Keelan,
Andreas to throw
it'd be
first.
about just wiping that first game out of the system and going again here in match 2.
60.
That's what he's got to do. This is the tough bit. You don't realise when you're sat at home is how you react to a defeat. I was talking about it upstairs with Abby, you know, before a dart was thrown, and you know, it really
60
is difficult when you're playing one game a day, or you play a series of games, and the last one that you lose, say at a tournament, you can go home, you got nothing else to worry about. But here you have to come back and try and rejig yourself and reset yourself and tell yourself that you can still do it. And you know,
45.
You've got to find a positive from the game before to be able to do that and not stop yourself when you return to the board.
And that's where mental fortitude and things like that come into play.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so indeed.
44. 83.
You played in the at-home setup here with... Did you have any battles against each other?
57.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we did. We had a few battles against each other, and we were obviously chatting before we started and chatting after we'd played.
140.
Yeah, you know, I'm really been impressed with Keelan's progress. You know, lots have gone and done it a little bit quicker than
45.
Keelan, but I'm a slow and steady wins the race
94.
person. And I think there's a lot more longevity to that. And here he goes now for the 94, double 8.
78.
He will return. Andreas is way back on 190.
60. Keelan, you require 16. Yeah, that's came short in the first
three
leg.
very composed darts from Keelan Kay there. Much better. He doesn't seem... They were like a hot spud in his hand in his first game. You
Second
know,
leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
And it was uncharacteristic of him to be lobbing them as quick and trying to get rid of them like he did.
40.
as well. The switch between the double 8 and the double 4. Just stepped back, recomposed, went for it. Gave himself that extra mini-second.
60.
And it shows at his slender age that he has learnt things from his darting career up to now. And being part of this MODUS Super Series is only going to help. We've seen
26.
how players have gone from here, young and old, and headed to Q School and been very successful. And some successful on the Challenge Tour
60.
without needing the Q School. So this is the MODUS Super Series has become a vital part of development for those players that are just
85.
on the cusp of going over and becoming a star.
Yeah, emotional night on Saturday as we said goodbye to Robert Owen. We had to
96.
shoehorn him out the door.
Oh, just grab hold of him by his bad knee. He'll have to go. He'll have to hop out with the good leg, won't he?
97.
And Robert's been a great addition to the product, was great with us for the last
97.
couple of years. We wish him well going into 2023. And I mean this in the nicest way, Robert, because I know you are watching. I hope we don't have to see you for a while, because it means you're doing some good things on the PDC circuit.
No, that is correct. That is correct. He is a great guy.
100.
A couple of times that I've spoken to him, he's a proper lad. He's a proper lad, and you know, we do wish him all the best here.
84. Andreas, you require 88.
Bullseye.
63. Keelan, you require 84.
It's unlucky. But Andreas there.
78. Andreas, you require 25.
Within a flash of an eye, Keelan Kay's had a dart at it.
20.
That
Keelan, you
first dart was
require
always in the
6.
way. That's the problem with 25 that way. You know, that's why people go 9 and down, or they go 1 across for 12s, even 17s for double 4. Because the first dart is then never in the way.
Well, missing the double 6 on the inside has made this awkward for Keelan Kay. Has to go up for Madhouse, and
Andreas, you require 5.
be back for double 3 if Toft-Jørgensen cannot take out the 5, who himself has come here because of a couple of stray doubles.
3.
It is
Keelan,
getting
you
a bit
require
edgy.
6.
These are the scrappy legs we were talking about earlier. It doesn't matter if they're scrappy as long as you win them.
Yeah, that's game short of the second leg.
Far more composed from Keelan Kay there. He's got a couple of legs on the board there now, and I think if he had done that 2 throws
Third
earlier,
leg, it's Andreas,
the
the
leg
throw
would have been done
first.
earlier.
Game on.
Going into today, in terms of winning Group A,
44.
Keelan Kay was 15-2 with the bookmakers to win an automatic passage through to Saturday night of a couple of days off. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen was actually the outsider
45.
with the 6 at 12-1. You can get odds of winning the week of 16-1 for Keelan, 20s for Andreas.
58.
Graham Hall is the favourite to win not just this group but the week in general. 7-4 the bookmakers to win Group A, and 4-1 to
40.
go on and progress his way through to Champions Week for the second consecutive phase.
41.
Should mention, if you are having a flutter, it is 18+ and begambleaware.org.
96.
After that poor leg there with them both struggling for doubles, they're now struggling for trebles a little. Here in leg
85.
3.
$100.
Yeah, so neither player will want to see the stats back from this one as of yet.
Just mainly because of the way that they struggled and struggled and struggled on that. With a shorter format like this, with only being 7 legs, you only have to struggle on 1 leg, and it can actually tear
45.
your average apart.
58.
It does feel like one of those games where it's almost as if one is waiting for the other to go.
It is. It's one waiting for the other to wake up. It's
135.
That could be
Andreas
the turning
require
point.
117.
That's Andreas chasing the 117.
52. Keelan, you require 40.
A little wayward, but Keelan Kay.
Yeah, that's game
He's had
shot
enough
in the
practice
third
at doubles in the last
Kay.
leg, and he's not going to make the same mistake in leg 3.
Forward laggards, Keelan the
2-0
throw
up
first.
in match 1.
Keelan.
Now 3-0 up in match 2. Can Keelan Kay get his first victory on the board against the Danish
95.
former World Cup star?
$55.
Strange game from Andreas after his first 4-3
$96.
win, where he looks so assertive. But every game you play is different. Every single game. They all feel different. You've got to convince yourself
97.
sometimes that you're actually playing in this particular game. You know, when it starts to go wrong,
140.
you've got to accept it. You've got to regather. You've got to try and forget it as fast as it happens. Keelan Kay here.
43. Keelan, you require
Has
170.
left the big fish. There's no need to go for it. You'll just look to turn the corner.
58.
A glimmer of hope for Andreas.
171. Keelan, you require 112.
Right smile from Andreas there going, why now?
Because Tops could seal it for Kay.
Andreas, you require 135.
Well, this would be some combo. 171 followed by the 135, but it bounces out the 25. A rueful look from the face of the Dane, and so Kay is going to return with 3 darts at double 10 to seal
Keelan, you require
a 4-0 victory to get himself on the board. The lord of the board wants double 10.
Game,
And double
shot,
10
and
he
a match.
gets, and Keelan Kay is on the board. He gets the better of Andreas Toft-Jørgensen by 4 legs to 0. And ironically, the lord of the board walking on to living on a prayer inside the church. And he gets his first win of the morning session by 4 legs to 0. We're going to take a short break. It's going to be the King in the Castle up against G-Man. After this is Jared Cole against Graham Hall. Do join us in a few minutes' time.
good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Keelan Kay has just got his first victory in Group A. It was a 4-0 whitewash victory for him in that match. Well, we said it would need to be a vastly improved performance for him to get his first win of the day. He didn't really need to add too many points to his average in that one because it was quite a low quality affair in the end in that one. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen missing all 5 of his attempts at double in that match, with an average 8 points lower than his opponent in that one. As you can see, Keelan Kay 4 out of 13 on the outer ring, with an average just north of 71 in that match. Next up then, we've got Jared Cole in action against Graham Hall. Jared Cole with this ton outshot to complete a 12-dart leg in that victory. That's the best leg we've seen so far this morning. Of course, he's up against Graham Hall in this next match. These two met at a Lakeside qualifier in 2021, and it was Jared Cole who came out the 4-2 winner in that fixture. Of course, Graham Hall in his opening match of this morning's session was on the wrong end of a last leg decider. Let's find out then how this one plays out. Guys, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. And yes, one big meeting between this pair so far in their career. Jared Cole, the victor, and he actually won that particular tournament and won his place at the Lakeside, courtesy of that qualification win. Got his way through to the last 16 of that tournament, where he lost out to the #1 seed, Brian Raman, and Brian was imperious in that tournament, lost out in a fantastic quarter-final against Richard Veenstra, missed that 9-dart finish, if I remember rightly, to win the game, then won it on a 10 on double 12. And I remember chatting with him and John Walling after that particular game, with Richard saying it's not often you get a 10-dart and miss a double in the process.
First, game on.
Nah, very true. Richard is one that Veenstra was a very dear friend. I kind of met him, I think maybe in 2014 at the French Open. And I played him in the quarterfinals and I beat him 4-3. And I said, mate, where the hell are you from? It was the first time I'd seen him. And he said, oh, I just from Holland. I just drive over. I just have a throw at the darts.
96.
You've done that without a beer? Oh, yeah. I drive my way. I said, mate, get yourself on the BDO circuit next year and you will make
42.
the World Championships playing like that. Oh, yeah, I play like this most of the time. I said, jolly good. What happened? I go back as world champion. Who knocked me out? Richard Veenstra, the man that I told to get on the circuit to get to Lakeside.
You're too good for your own liking, Scott.
Absolutely. He went on and made the semi-finals that year, and yeah, I think his little village was proud. And
60.
Yeah, I'm kind of still proud to have been the guy to convince him to do it, really.
Condemned you to the commentary box. What a semi as well that was against Jess Smith, that was, wasn't it? The one way. That was another 10-darter, wasn't it?
96.
Yes, it was, yes. Yeah. Your memory 10 times better than mine, H. 10 times better than mine.
82.
Misspent childhood.
No, you just love the darts. There's nothing wrong with that, mate. Nothing wrong with that at all.
$100.
Yeah, maybe one of those players, maybe next year we may be able to see. I'd love to see Richard have a poke at this.
You require 109.
Oh, yeah, this would be right up his street because he really does forget the games as fast as they happen. And this could work for him, I'm sure. We live in hope, H. We live in hope.
37. Jared, you require 164.
With restrictions lifting across the world, we've seen so many players from so many parts of the world taking part in this tournament over the last 6 to 8 months.
Graham, you require 72.
Players from America, Canada. We've had Makuru come all the way from Japan. Graham Hall coming from the West Midlands as the Midlands qualifier from the ADC system, and he's looking
32.
for tops for a break of throw in the opener. It doesn't go, and so he's shown Jared the route for 72, but he elects to go a different way. You can go your own way, and you can get the ball.
Jared Cole.
Well. He showed him the way. And like a typical
Second
youngster,
Larkins, Graham
he
the
did
throw
it his own way.
first. Game on.
And what a ball finish that was. It had to go.
$135.
Not just that, it was in the middle of the button as well.
It was smack bang
85.
centre. And then he gave it a little wave with his two hands as if to say, sorry, mate, for hitting the ball. I don't like to see that because it just makes it look like you don't usually do that. And every time you hit the ball, you want to strut away from it going, if I get another go, I'm going to do that again. But you never know when you're going to get another go, but you've got to make the other guy feel that if you do, you're going to get it.
134.
Make them feel the courage of your convictions.
That is exactly it. It hasn't affected Hall here.
87.
He takes a ton. Well, a ton 40 lead here, so Cole really needs a ton 40 to put him back under.
98. Graham, you require 139.
Awkward number, 139. But away we go. He's got the 9 off. He'll have to stay there, but it's because his dart is low, he's gone cross 59. The ocky left, and that is the fear with that low dart. If you're a taller player, you're a 6 foot plus player, you can get over that usually. But it all depends 40. On the player's throw, how the angle of the dart
80.
enters the board. And the angle of the dart entering the board is usually somewhere near the angle of the dart leaving your hand.
$40. Jared, you require 144.
So he's had a dart to him both legs now, Graham Hall. But Jared Cole will not supply the sucker punch in the second like he did 82. In the last.
Graham, you require 40.
3 clear darts. It's a liberty. You must hit with 3 clear darts.
$30.
And he
Jared,
hasn't done that.
62.
So the door is well and truly open for Jared Cole. Has he put his foot in that door? Yes, he has.
Short in the second leg.
Clinical
Jared
finishing
Cole.
again from Cole, as with the first leg. He'll be feeling pretty good about himself right now.
Third leg is Jared to throw first. Game
with
on.
the darts in leg 3.
Jared Cole has found the keys underneath the mat and has let himself in both legs.
90.
He sure has. He sure has. He's just taking chances. That's all it is.
97.
And now the mental side of the game kicks in. Graham Hall will be sat there now with those 3 darts that are doubled. Now thinking, God, if I get there, can I hit it? So then you have the doubt of getting there.
25.
It's just the biggest mind mess of a game in the world, because you can be a hero 1 minute and 30 seconds later you're 59. Back to 0. You can never rest on your laurels with this crazy game. The minute you think you've got it mastered, you've had it, because you won't ever master it.
Well, Jared's mastered that visit. It's the first max of the match. Puts himself on 206 after 9. It's the first leg in this match that he's really taken command of.
82.
And he may be taking full command of the match as a consequence, because he's got 6 darts on 206 to open up a 3-0 lead. And he could be the first player in this group
49.
to make his way onto 4 points.
All having a good throw, good visit this time, putting Cole under pressure. And it's our second 180 of the match.
Jared, you require 157.
What timing from Graham Hall.
57. Graham, you require
and it has forced
83.
the issue of Jared Cole. Maybe it's going to be a roles reverse in this leg.
He's going to get 2 darts at double 16. And we said what was going through his head. He had 3 in the
51.
last, and now he's had 2 in this.
Jared, you require 100.
Jared Cole's been very good on those 2 dart finishes. This is another of those. Here's one. He's missed the second, but he's down to double 10.
80.
And he's missed
Graham,
that
you
also.
require
So
32.
reprieve for Graham Hall. Could have been staring 3-0 in the face, but now he has a chance.
That's
and there
King
you
Sean in
go.
the third line.
Yeah,
Graham
arms
Hall.
raised outsidewards. Finally, I hit one. So what was going through his head was exactly what I told you
Forward
earlier.
Larkins, Graham the throw first. Game on.
Psychology, psychology, psychology.
$100.
Seeing more steals here than on an episode of Golden Balls.
Did you actually watch that then?
I was at school when that was on.
Yeah, no, I didn't see much of it. I was more of a
97.
Neighbours fan, me. It was Neighbours, you know. Terrible thing for me. Neighbours ending in August, but what an amazing thing. The MODUS Super Series starting here in September. So my lunchtimes and my farming lunchtimes are revolved round the MODUS Super Series. So when I go in for lunch now, I'm watching a few games of the Super Series and sometimes a few more than I should, and I don't get back out till about 2:30. But that's another story.
140.
Yeah, 35 years of Neighbours, a long time.
Twice a day back in the day.
Yeah, I didn't watch it twice a day. I
60.
wasn't that sad.
Graham,
I only
you
watched it
require
once a day.
164.
But yeah, it's ended in August. Sad times. Been on air the same amount of time as EastEnders, funny enough.
Did you know that Neighbours was the only programme on BBC One other than the news that was broadcast more than once in a day?
81.
No, I didn't know that. But then it lost its viewing figures and went elsewhere to Channel 4, I think, and then it went to Channel 5 in the end.
Interesting. The reason why it was put on
100.
twice a day, I'll tell you the
Graham,
story
you
actually in the
require
next leg, because Graham
83.
Hall's on 83 for 2 apiece and for a potential 14 darter. He's going to get a dart, a 99.
Just confirms it with our referee, Marco Mayer.
65. Jared, you require 157.
Maybe confirmed it for a little bit too long. 157 coming in for Cole. He starts down the bottom. Now it's tops.
137.
That would have been the biggest shot of the day so far.
Graham, you require 18.
So Hall now needs to take this to go back to 2-2. That's a safe one. Finding his range. That's a good one. Surely off the barrel.
No score.
Off the top side of
Jared,
the
you
barrel
require
and misses.
20.
Fives.
10.
And Hall returns.
Graham, you require 18.
They were hopeful darts, weren't they? They weren't thrown well at all. That was please go in my head. Wayward, but Hall will come back now. Surely he will not miss this opportunity. You cannot give good dart players too many opportunities because they will overcome the fear with the next throw.
Fifth
Jared
flag is Jared to throw first.
Is now
Game on.
2-2 from 2-0 up.
2-2, probably a fair
44.
reflection of the game. Well, going back to that comment about Neighbours, the reason it was on 2 times a day was the daughter of the person in charge of the BBC
100.
scheduling was a huge Neighbours fan, but because they were at school, they could only watch it during the summer at 1:30 or whenever it was. And so they
52.
said, well, we can't watch it and we don't really want to watch it on a VHS tape delay. So they decided to schedule Neighbours in for after Blue Peter finished, and that was why Neighbours was on twice a day in the UK.
Well.
41.
I wouldn't know that. Well, there you go. That's something you learn every day. There's lots of things I know about Neighbours. You know, I've been on the I've been to Australia and I've actually been on the Neighbours tour. I've been around the studios. I've been to Ramsey Street. And apparently you can go there and Airbnb the houses in Ramsey Street now because all the owners have cottoned on that it was such a cult
57.
show. And people can now go and stay in Ramsey Street for a couple of nights. How weird.
I might do a Neighbours pun, especially for you.
60.
That came to me a little bit suddenly.
Here we go.
Back to the darts, viewers. Back to the darts. We're ahead now.
97.
TV trivia over for a few moments. Cole will be looking to hit
100.
3 straight darts there to leave himself a shot, and a 100 a last dart. Treble 20. Very tidy indeed, leaving him a nice 120. Graham Hall's going to be leaving him under some sort of pressure with that first treble 20.
140.
And the second treble 20 leaves
120.
Jared Cole under a lot more pressure. Perfect dart though. Oh, here we go. Double top.
80.
He's missed it on
Graham,
the top wire this time.
66.
66 for Graham Hall after Cole misses another dart at tops on the top wire. What's going to be the route? Tops.
Yeah,
And to stick with the neighbours theme, there's too many broken darts in this match from Jared Cole's perspective.
There is indeed. That wasn't on the top
Six
wire.
slaggers,
That was right between the two wires, which
Game
is
on.
where Graham Hall needed it to be. He now has the darts in this leg. And when you have the darts and you've just won the leg, you need a good
95.
start. And that's not a bad start. He'd be happy with that. That seems to have woken Jared Cole up, and he comes back with
137.
137, knowing that he has to break to stay in the match.
$140.
Another good visit from Graham Hall. Means that Cole really needs to match that. 100 is the minimum requirement
60.
to stay in this leg. And he hasn't done it. Nothing under 99 would have done Hall here.
81.
And he hasn't achieved that.
Well, these two had the best winning stats of anyone at the Super Series going into
85.
today's session. Well, it looks as if Graham Hall's going to extend the streak.
$100.
85 for the match to get the better Jared Cole and to completely blow this group wide open.
31.
He's got to make his way up to the
Graham, you
balcony after this match
85.
to pass over some analysis of Abbey. And it could be in a couple of seconds' time because Graham Hall wants tops for
Game,
the win
shots,
and gets
and a
the
match.
win.
Graham
And
Hall.
this unpredictable Group A on Monday morning takes another turn because Graham Hall adds his name to the 2-point club, getting the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 2 with an 86.1 average, 4 out of 15 on the doubles and a high checkout of 85. It is most certainly becoming intriguing at the top of this very, very early table. It seems as if everyone is cancelling each other out so far. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see the WDF World Champion take to the stage again. Neil Duff is looking to make it 2 for 2 against Alexander Merks next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Graham Hall has joined a number of players on 2 points. It's a very congested table at the start of the action here on this Monday in Group A. He's got that 4-2 victory. He was 2-0 down in that one. It just shows his resilience and how comfortable he is in this environment to be able to turn that one around in the manner that he did.
Having lost the first one as well, when you start going behind, after you've lost the first one, all the demons start coming into your head as a dart player, all the negatives start coming back, and he overcame them and won that game well.
Yeah, indeed, and of course an 86 average from Graham Hall in that one as well. Both will look at the finishing stats in that one and think that's an area that needs to improve, but that's the case for a number of players that we've seen in action already this morning.
Well, in that particular game, Jared poked out really quickly in the first 2 legs, which is what got in the legs. And then after that, he didn't kind of happen. So, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And then you look at the other players who are involved in this session so far. We've seen a debutant in Merks. What have you made of him so far?
He's been pretty good, actually. You know, he's impressed me at times. He's obviously been left a little bit waning, but he looks like he could be the dark horse of this group.
Yes, indeed. So next up then, we've got Neil Duff. What did you make of him in his opening match?
Well, Neil does what he does. I mean, he just, look, he's 50 years old. There's not anything he hasn't seen in darts so far. So he just gets on with it. And I'm sure that's how he feels and just wants to get today through and get a few wins under his belt and then attack tomorrow.
And in terms of Alexander, of course, losing that opening match in the manner that he did, but we've seen him, he's in such good form in WDF events at the moment. He's someone who's making his debut here at the Super Series, but he's not going to be someone, is he, who gets flustered if he loses his opening 1, maybe 2 matches. He knows he's got the game to compete with these guys.
It doesn't look like that. I think the way that you have to play this series is you have to forget the game as fast as it happened, even if you've won it, unfortunately. Otherwise, it stops you in the next one. And I think that there's a few players that are geared for this week that are able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is shaping up to be a class week here at the Super Series. Let's get back into this one then. Henry, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. And the class of week 2 are showing that they are all prizing for the big glory and are struggling to prize each other apart. Following the first 5 matches, Neil Duff could be the first man to 2 points if he can get victory in this one. The 50-year-old reigning WDF World Champion up against Alexander Merks, the debutant in this competition. The only player yet to get off the mark. So if he gets victory here, all 6 players would be on 2 points after the first 2 games. And I'm struggling to remember a time where we've actually seen that in this particular format. Duff starting his day with a 4-2 victory against Keelan Kay.
Game on.
Right, so Merks, it was a 4-3 defeat to Jared Cole, but an average of 82.76, which is one of the high averages of the day
100.
so far.
$100.
Alexander playing well on the WDF circuit this year, finds himself in a qualification spot for the
43.
WDF World Championships at the beginning of 2023.
59.
Finds himself 18th in the world rankings, number 2 in the West European rankings, winner of the Lithuanian Open
45.
and the Helvetia Open in 2022, and then got to the quarterfinals of the Belfry Open a couple of weeks ago, where he
100.
lost out 4-3 to a man who got to the semi-finals here last week in James Hovell.
100. Check 60.
Rare mistake from Mark O'Meara there on that last score.
Monday morning.
I know Marco very well. He won't be happy
60.
with any mistake.
Alexander, you require 102.
Himself. The rest of these day and age is just everything is so perfect. Very rarely
70.
make mistakes. The guys that you see on the TV are spent hours and hours and months and years perfecting
97.
their skill
Alexander, you
before you
require
ever see them
32.
anywhere near a TV. So Merks it is, chasing round the board.
28. Neil, you require 96.
So 96 for Duff to hold throw in a leg that feel a bit like a break. It's still on, treble 17. Leaves himself the dart at top, switch
56.
just goes above
Alexander,
the
you
wire.
require 4.
And so Alexander Merks is back for double 2. One up, one in.
Yeah, that's
There we
getting short
go.
in the first
And plenty to
leg.
aim at,
Alexander
in the left-hand corner, and Alexander Merks gets a breaker throw in the opener, leading Neil Duff by a leg to nil.
Second leg, it's Alexander to throw first. Game
Maybe
on.
we'll get that scenario where all 6 players are on 2 points after 2 matches
59.
played.
It is, as we've just said upstairs, nobody has sort of clamped their authority on this group as of yet. But we are 1/3 through the games today. And it really is early doors for anybody to be doing that. So it's hardly surprising.
140.
Get the feel that the latter rounds of today, rounds 4 and 5,
100.
could paint an important picture going into the middle days action in this group.
95.
Duff's not quite found his
81.
range here yet. And Merks is right on it. He's all over it like
97.
a rash.
$140. Alexander, you
140
require
there for Duff.
110.
Leaves himself an 80. Merks on 110. Double 16.
78.
And so Duff has
Neil,
the
you require
opportunity to
80.
break back here on 80.
Oh, and that's a very good chance to break back now.
No score.
Wrong
Alexander, you
bed for Neil
require
Duff.
32. Yeah, that's game short in the
Two
second
wrong
leg.
bets.
Alexander Merks.
Alexander Merks. Well, one initially.
But why
Third
get one
leg,
double
it's
when you
Neil
can
to
get
throw
2?
First. Game on.
Well, you know, an exhibition shot to go 2-0 up
140.
the current WDF World Champion.
140.
Superb start to leg 3. 140, 140.
55. 57.
Nothing in it here in leg 3. Another big deflection there for Duff.
55.
Cross to the 5s. It was a well thrown dart, but some of the flights that are used these days do cause a little deflection.
60.
The hard wearing ones, they are hard when you clatter into them, and they can make the dart head off or veer off in a different direction.
60.
They can catch the grooves on the barrel and veer off. It can cause you all sorts of problems, and others say that it drags them back into the treble 20 alongside the others. So it's a little 6 of one and half of one, dozen of the other on the equipment. But you can see here with Neil Duff's equipment that he has a
83.
I think that's the champagne top L style or something by the looks of it.
Require 144.
And that prevents you having Robin Hoods. So some of these deflections could have been Robin Hoods on a standard stem.
100. Neil, you require 108.
Well, this has got to go now, because Merks is on the brink of a 3-0 lead. If this double 16 doesn't go, and it won't, and so
44.
for the double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead, double 16,
12.
maybe
Neil,
needed to
you
go the
require
2-8 route that
32.
time.
Indeed, and Merks' darts land at a funny angle there, and they seem to block.
Yeah, that's came
the
short in
double,
the
but
third lap.
that's a life-saving double for Neil Duff.
And the way that Neil's darts land, if it can just stand up like that, he's got enough on the barrel to be a guide, and he can just aim it towards the barrel, and he can crash 55. The second dart in on that.
Yeah, I remember Bobby George telling me about this a long, long time ago, about using the dart on the top side of the treble 20 and don't aim for another treble 20, aim for your other dart.
60.
And it'll drag it in. And yeah, many players have built careers off the back of Bobby George's advice, 100. And I suppose I may be one of them.
Morning, Bobby, if you are tuning in. Well, I like to see the fact that Neil Duff is double representing with 2
70
Super Series patches on his shirt this morning.
100.
Maybe he's covering another one up underneath. Oh, this is a lovely first 2. And it's a 180 for Neil Duff to assert himself on leg 4.
85. 95. Alexander, you require 161.
Now the 161 won't go this time for Merks.
65. Neil, you require 96.
So Neil Duff's turn first at 96. That's that lovely, surely. Oh, just under.
48. Alexander,
you can see the disappointment
96.
of that second dart because he missed his third dart. Now Merks is chasing 91. It's double top.
76. Neil, you require
He's had a
48.
stab at it.
Pulled it low there. Duff returns to 48 for 2 apiece. 2 16s. When he got in the last leg in a pretty similar fashion.
That's game short in the fourth leg. Neil Duff.
Dart Javu for Neil Duff. Double 16, second dart at it, following a nice marker with the first. And from 2-0 down, we're back to 2-2. That feels like a common theme of the day, the common theme of a week, someone coming back from 2-0 down 58. To potentially grab victory.
Oh, Duff was 2-0 down, I was going to say, against Keelan Kay earlier in the day. 100 this morning. Are we still on morning time? Yeah, just about. I get confused now that the clocks have changed. It'll take me a week or 2 to get used to that.
60.
Let my body clock settle itself down. And it's a hell of a body I've got, so it takes a while to get it all in sync again.
97.
I actually don't mind it with the early starts because I'm feeling tired a little bit earlier, so I managed to get a decent night's kip yesterday.
Well,
Neil Duff is awake and alert. He's had his Weetabix. His second max of the match.
29. Alexander, you require
Bag of nails, that
164.
one. Bag of nails.
100.
And Merks capitalises on the Duff error. But we know this man just does not go away.
98. Alexander, you require 64.
Treble 8 leads himself 2 darts at tops. The 3-2 and the breaker throw, and just to arrest the momentum that Neil Duff was just beginning to assert upon the match. And now, suddenly, Alexander Merks has the throw for the match, for a victory, and to put all 6 players level on points after 2 rounds of matches. Unprecedented scenes here at the Super Series.
And what would the odds of that have been?
100.
After 6 games, everybody being sat on 2 points in the league.
Only unlikely. Interestingly, before this game got underway, Neil Duff was 1-5 with the bookmakers to win this game. Alexander Merks was 10-3. Now, if you put money on that, You may be, well, I'd say sitting, but you're probably walking around your living room or office rather nervously. If you are having a flutter on the darts, 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
You would be perched on the edge of your seat
140.
for sure.
Alexander, you require 161.
On the outcome of this one. Once again on the 161,
65.
Merks has been under, but he does tend to use that third dart to go to the ball to leave himself a nice 2-dart finish.
95. Alexander, you require
Certain amount of
96.
pressure from the Duff man. Now then, double 8.
80. Neil, you require 106.
See if he hit it twice just now. He only needed it once this time. That was a strange one.
Well, the facial reaction there said it all.
27.
Yeah, very
Alexander,
frustrated.
you require 16.
Neil Duff there. Once you miss that 20, you leave yourself no chance. But it's Merks to finish the game off, which he duly does with his second dart.
Merkx.
And so, this Group A cannot be prized apart. All 6 players on 2 points following 2 rounds of fixtures. Alexander Merks with an 85.21 average. Duff got the 2 maximums in the match, but it was scores for show, doubles for dough, and Alexander Merks claims victory in this one, picks up the 2 points. This group cannot be separated. Stick with us as the day goes on as we try and find some more answers to the questions. And after this short break, we will have an outright leader when Andreas Toft-Jørgensen takes on Jared Cole.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Alexander Merkx has just got his first win of this morning's session in Group A, which remarkably means after 2 rounds of games, all 6 players are on 2 points. Very rarely do we see that. It was a 4-2 win for Merks in that match. Neil Duff found himself 2-0 down in his opening match of this morning's session. Found himself 2-0 down in this one as well. He was able to get himself back on level terms as well, but Merks held firm and with a 14-dart leg moved to within one of the match, and with Duff unable to take out the 106 to force a decider, Merks moved over the line. 4 out of 17 for him in that one on the outer ring. As for Neil Duff, 25% checkout success in that one for him as well. And missed darts at double have really been the tail of the tape for many of these players early on in Group A. Next up then, we have Andreas Toft-Jørgensen up against Jared Cole. Two contrasting performances from Andreas early on this morning. He started really strongly, didn't he, to get those first 2 points on the board, and then a 4-0 defeat in his last match with that 63 average. As for Jared Cole, well, he'll want to forget his last match as quickly as possible, hence why I'm talking so loudly about it. Really sorry, that's not why at all. So then, let's get into this one. Guys, who do you think is going to get the points in this one?
Thank you, Abby. I'm sure he didn't hear you. Well, contrasting is probably the correct word to describe today so far in all the players' performances. Every single one has won one and lost one. Everyone's put in a decent enough average. One have had an off game. It's been a day where no one has found that consistent rhythm yet. But maybe the beginning of round 3 may see that happen, as we see the 28-year-old Andreas Toft-Jørgensen from Olmind in Denmark throwing a 22-gram Winmore dart, nicknamed Toffee. Victory would be sweet for him if he can get the better of the king of the castle, the 22-year-old Jared Cole, former
first lag, it's
development tour winner.
Game on.
Here's Andreas, who has the darts, and just an interesting trend, Scott, from the games that we've seen so far today. Every single match so far has been won by the player throwing second in the odd-numbered legs.
44.
Yeah, that pattern started to emerge early doors, and I said to you, we're going to have to keep an eye on this because this is quite strange. So, yeah.
100.
What would the odds have been on that as well? It's, yeah, it's one of those days today.
It is Halloween,
53.
so it is the sort of day where spooky things are going to happen in what Danny Lauby described as a creepy church.
Oh, yeah. It is
100.
I was thinking that actually on the way here, to be working in a church on Halloween. Yeah. Thank goodness it's not a Saturday night final.
140.
Well, Saturday night is bonfire night.
Yeah, but we do have security on the door, don't we?
It is Portsmouth, mind.
60. 45. Andreas, you require 141.
Well, Andreas will be hoping for some opening leg fireworks. If it's 141, went along for the treble 15 for the double 18. Doesn't go. Jared Cole
105.
Not on a finish on 219. So he's going to return for the subsequent double 18. But it's going to be under severe pressure.
180. Andreas, you require 36. Yeah, that's came short on the first
And
line.
fair play
Andreas
to
Toft-Jørgensen.
Andreas there. He withstood the pressure very well
Second leg
indeed.
is Jared to throw
Double
first.
9 can be
Game
jittery
on.
double. But he nailed it.
Well, Harrington calls it the
58.
tricky split between double 18 and double 9.
And I tend to agree with him. I think that, you know, most people don't mind double 12, but the only difference is it splits to something okay so that you can have another go at it. So I think that's probably a very valid point. And now and again you do leave double 14 as well, and
48.
that sends you down to double 7 if you split that. So yeah, it is the tricky split without doubt.
Unless you're Mensa Suljevic, and it's just a
60.
guarantee every time he goes for it.
It's a run in the park for Mensa.
I think it's the only double on the dartboard that has a player's name attached to it, the double 14 and Mensa Suljevic.
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Wade's famous for
85.
double 10, isn't he?
Tops for Taylor, I suppose.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
100.
A man who would never be forgotten, no matter what, Mr. Taylor.
The GOAT. You got a few of them on the
140.
file, Scott?
Yeah, we have actually. Yeah. We've, yeah, I think we've got 8.
58. Charity required 170.
Little pygmy goats as well. So that's why I've left that there. No references to anything else or what you were saying, but
58.
they are of the shorter version.
Yeah, we'll have to sign up for that documentary, I think, now.
100. Charity required 112.
Just sign up for the therapy goat walking I'm planning to do. That's what you need to do.
56. Andreas required 92.
Well, this 92 will feel therapeutic for Toft-Jørgensen because it would open up a 2-0 lead and a break of throw. And he's going to get one dart at double 6 to do so, but it doesn't go. And so Cole returns to 56 to level it up. He's had trouble on that double all day long, and it continues there.
No score. Charity required
that last dart
40.
caught the flight there. You hear it chink as it was heading towards the double 1. And as a player, you don't know then whether you've thrown it correctly or not. Did it deflect on its own?
Short in the second
It's
line.
given Cole another chance, and he's grabbed it with both hands.
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
It was a similar tell for the first couple of legs against Graham Hall, where he took advantage of missed opportunities by the G-man before Hall then clicked into gear and sealed a 4-2 win. Graham is our ADC qualifier this week via the
45.
Midlands rankings. We're going to see players from across the country, top of the regional tables here, throughout not just this stage, but throughout the next 12 months.
137.
So we will have our invitation system, but you can also qualify your way to be here.
95.
The opportunities are there.
100.
So 1-2-4 for Toft-Jørgensen after just
100.
9 darts.
Andreas, you require 124.
He's really asserted himself on this leg. And commentators cursed.
44.
Sees his lowest score of the leg. But he still has time. Cole way back on 261. He
91.
Hasn't
Andreas,
quite got his
require
scoring
80.
together in this one. But that was a great last dart. Here we go then, double 10
Yeah,
coming
that's
in.
game short in the third leg.
Nice
Andreas
2-dart
Toft-Jørgensen.
finish. Gives you confidence going into the next leg. He's playing at quite a pace,
Forward
this
leg is
Toft-Jørgensen, this time
first.
round. A little bit quicker than he has already today. And a little quicker pace seems to suit him at this particular moment in time.
Very fluent. 86.37 average. 14 darter in the last leg.
59.
Average 83.13 in that victory against Hall.
Cole again blocking his way with that first dart. He's moved around it and moved around it very successfully indeed.
$83. $132.
Excellent counting there to leave the fish.
97. Charity require 170.
Doesn't have to go for it. And he won't get a go at it.
60.
Again, that first dart on the treble 20 letting him down. A reset from Toft-Jørgensen there, a drop dart. Just delaying his visit to the board.
58. Jared to require 110. 42.
68. Upon his return,
85.
Toft-Jørgensen back on 204. And so this is for 2-2. The requisite double.
That's game short on the fourth.
And he has found a friend on the doubles bed, Jared Cole. And after all the toil and trouble on tops, double 16 has come to become a friend.
It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Andreas, who has the darts in leg 5. Trading places in this game. All gone with throw thus far. Which is good news for Andreas because he has the darts in the odd-numbered legs. But the story of the day has been games have been won by the player throwing second.
35.
I noticed earlier with Toft-Jørgensen there that he walks to the oche and puts his foot on the top of the oche. It's a Gary Anderson thing that we all noticed this first. And I think it's done because I think some places you play where there are oches on the floor, sometimes they slide away from the wall and they slide away from the from under the board. And I think it's become a habit for some players.
95.
And I'm sure that's why Gary used to do it. To just make sure that the oche is right up against the wall and that you're thrown, and it hasn't slipped away a couple of
59.
inches. Obviously, when you come here, that is not going to be an issue whatsoever. But it's become so much habit for some players. You'll be surprised how many players you see actually do this and still
48.
do this. Alan Norris is another one that used to do it as well.
New darts players are sticklers for superstition.
100.
I don't know whether it's superstition or they just want to throw from the right distance. I'm not really sure which, but it, yeah. It's something we're seeing a lot of players do since Gary Anderson started doing it all those years ago.
61. Andreas, you require 120.
Johnny Clayton's another who does it a lot. Here we go then. Tops.
80. Jared, you require 61.
Do you think we should call him Tofty because of his hairstyle?
53. Andreas, you require 40.
All I know is it's going to be tops for Toft. Double 10.
26. Jared, you require
way out and rushed a little more. Jared Cole to take a 3-2 lead.
That's game short in the fifth flag. Jared Cole.
To be fair, he's avoided that tops again and got out. I think you might be onto something there, H.
Sixth flag is Jared to throw first. Game on.
He's not found a friend there so far today. He's found a friend in that lipstick.
85.
Although, I don't know whether they have Peaky Blinders in Denmark or whether they show it in Denmark, but
16.
Andreas has got the look of a character from that programme. Is it Thomas Shelby?
He sure has, yes. Yes, it's a series. I haven't watched the last series yet. I've got it recorded on me, but I just haven't had time to watch it. But yeah, absolutely right. It's definitely a
56.
Obviously, you're not allowed to wear hats under the rules of darts. I wonder if he has got a hat there out in the back room.
Do you know what? Last time he was here in Southampton, he did have a top hat
59.
on him.
Really?
Yeah, genuinely. He had one of those caps on him heading to and from the venue. So
83.
he does have one of them. By order of the Darty Blinders.
That seems to be an image that he's using, and maybe it will make him more known among the English darting punters.
125.
I'm sure you'll appreciate the fact that we reference him as one of the Peaky Blinders.
Yeah. So Cole should start down the bottom here. He'd be looking for 133. Oh, he's drifted again. So 7 treble, 19s would have left him. Double top, but of course, He went 2 points over by hitting
One
the
on the
treble
note,
7.
40.
Rather than the
Territory
single
required
19.
38.
Has left 38. Now I'm a full 4 going for this straight off.
But Cole
Well
splits,
shot,
and Cole
and the match,
hits,
Jared
and he
Cole.
gets the win, and he is the first player on to 4 points in Group A, courtesy of a 4-2 victory against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen with an average of 80.68, 1 max to his name, 50% on the doubles. As you can see, Andreas 2 out of 10 on the outer ring. It's a 4-2 win for Cole, which sees him on to 4 points. We're going to take a short break, and after that, we're going to see Keelan Kay in action against Alexander Merks.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jared Cole has just got his second victory of this morning's session. It was a 4-2 win for him in that one over Andreas Toft-Jørgensen. And it was certainly the Englishman who put in the superior performance in that match, wasn't it? Andreas Toft-Jørgensen will certainly be pleased with aspects of his game in that one and the improved performance level on the whole. But yet again, it's another player who is left ruining missed darts at the outer ring in that one. And Jared Cole maintained that very steady level in order to punish his opponent. A 14-dart leg in there from the Danish player, but it was all wrapped up in 17 darts on double 16 by Jared Cole in that one. So next up then, we've got Keelan Kay up against Alexander Merks, and Kay with a whitewash win in his last match. He did so without doing anything spectacular himself, but his performance level is certainly gradually improving the more he plays in this one. Alexander Merks also has 2 points on the board coming into this one. An impressive performance against Neil Duff, doing really well to withstand the pressure that was applied on him in that one. Of course, he did have that 2-0 lead. Duff returned to get things level at 2 apiece in that one, but he was able to withstand that pressure and that fight back to get the 2 points on the board. So then, who's going to come out on top in this one? Let's find out and hand back over to Scott and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. It is Fright Night at the Super Series on Halloween morning. A defeat here for either of these two players. It could begin to become the Oki Horror Picture Show. Keelan Kay winning one, losing one. Alexander Merks exactly the same. One of these two will make their way onto 4 points. Keelan, we've not seen the levels we have seen of him in this series in previous times so far.
First lag,
he has
Keelan the throw first.
had a bit of a break between matches. How much do you think that's going to help him here?
Well, when you've won 1-4-0, you want to get
46.
back up there, mate. It's simple as that. You can't wait to get back up there, and obviously sometimes having to wait a bit longer can be a hindrance. If he'd have lost that game, then the longer wait would have given him longer time to get it out of his head. So I'd say on this occasion it's probably a difficult one. He would rather have jumped straight back up and got on with the job.
60.
One thing with Group A is if you do have a slow start, you can recover your way back into things come Tuesday and Wednesday. Keelan did get the victory, though, on the board in his previous encounter, 4-0 against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen. And we've seen in this format players who may not have their best day in terms of averages or general performance, they can get the points on the board, how much of a springboard it can be the next day.
58.
When they get back to their full flow.
Totally agree, mate. The group can only be lost on this first day, really, if you have a bad day.
48.
You want to breeze in through this first day and make sure you get a few wins on the board so that you're not out of the group before it's really even started.
94. Keelan, you require 156.
4 to 6 points is usually the par for the course on day one.
50.
Even more so today, how congested the group is. Merks with 1-3-4 to win the opening leg against the darts. Isn't going to happen now. That's an unlucky bounce out, but he finds the
68.
treble 17 in the end. And Kay wants 106 to hold in the opener.
It's a good start. It's a poor second dart.
33.
You've really got to tighten up on those darts in these situations. You cannot miss the big number. If you're going for 86, you've got to hit that 18.
Yeah, that's
Otherwise,
game
this
short in the
happens to
first
you. You leave anybody under no pressure. So Alexander breaks through.
Second leg, it's Alexander to throw first. Game on.
At one point there, Keelan Kay was looking very comfortable to take it, and 6 darts
93.
later, he's lost the leg.
$100. 130.
You've reached the middle point of the day's action, Scott, and still feel as if you're waiting for someone to really grab this group by the scruff of the neck. Someone to kind of put out that statement performance and say, this is what you've got to beat to be the table topper.
Yes, and it looks here so far with the scoring that Alexander's trying to do that.
100.
But I think maybe
Alexander, you require 137.
Once the levels start to rise, as the guys get used to the atmosphere and being in the place, and,
57.
you know, being a Monday morning and it works some more lunchtime, I think people the guys will get more settled. The games will get better, and then they
43.
will be making each other work
Alexander,
harder
you require 80.
to win individual legs, let alone games.
48. Keelan, you require 158.
Interesting, he went that way with Kay on 158. Gambled and gambled correctly.
96. Alexander, you require 32.
Turns to 32. A favourable double for him.
Yeah, that's game short.
And that is why
Alexander Merks.
Alexander Merks opens up a 2-0 lead on Keelan Kay.
Third leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
17 dart hold, so that meant Kay would have had to have done a 15 dart leg, which, for those of you watching who don't know, 41. That's basically 100 a throw.
par,
60.
if we were in golfing terms.
Indeed. Well, it's obviously 101 on one of the throws, but that's another story. But yes, it means that you're asking your opponent to get out of 15 darts. So Keelan will be looking to return that
97
to Alexander on this time around. I wonder if his dad Merks had some time off work today to watch Keelan.
95. 99.
Keelan's dad and I have found ourselves in many a darting hall together watching Keelan a lot of the time.
41.
My kids used to play youth stuff as well, so yeah.
59.
And Keelan is the perfect advocate of the youth systems that we have in darts these days. Coming through the ranks very, very young, playing all the youth tour events with the England dart setup, bits with JDC and other organisations that run youth darts, and then
60.
is taking the step into the senior game very well.
Yeah, indeed, and he has predecessors.
98.
When we were in the BDO system, you go to the Dutch
Six.
Open and watch the youth at the Dutch Open. There was hundreds and hundreds of them, from little diddly squirts to 6 years old, right up to big long shanks. People like Danny Jansen and stuff, you know, at 14 years old. He was the same size when he was 14 years old, and he's now in the Pro Tours. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing to see these players come through. And that's another great shot from Keelan Kay there. Nice 72 finish.
And it brings it back to 2-1, but Merks has the darts in the fourth to re-establish that two-leg cushion.
The Dutch are a nation who have been working and working at the youth system for an awful long time. Off the back of Barney's wins and things like that of Lakeside back in the day. And they're now seeing that come to fruition, really. You look at how many Dutch players are in the Pro Tours and are on the circuits at the moment and playing very well. And like I say, I've been going to the Dutch Open, I think 10 times now. And I always go and have a look at the youth stuff, and those little 6-year-olds hardly reach the board, stepping up on steps to reach their darts out.
91.
You know, and I've met many a player there and then they've come on through.
Look at the European Championship yesterday. 2 Dutch semi-finalists are getting their way through to the latter ends of the competition. Danny Noppert, Dirk van Duijvenbode making the final
59.
day. You got multiple Dutch major champions these days. Of course, Danny Noppert winning the UK
85.
Open, Dirk making the final of the World Series a month and a half or so ago, and of course, Michael just doing Michael things and just casually winning the Premier League in the match play.
As you do. I mean, come on.
100. Alexander Udiquar, 94.
Obviously, we have another interesting one at the moment, although he's not a youth as such. He's 21. It's Josh Rock. Wow. Just setting the place alight at the minute.
In the forward line.
What a shot that is from Alexander Merkx there. Just popped up out of nowhere. Nice little 94.
Just doing what he needs to do, isn't it, this present moment in time is Alexander.
Like I say, now the guys have had a couple of games. We're now starting to settle in, and we're now seeing these finishes of around the 100 mark.
59. 59. 42.
The thing is, with this format, it's not just the young players that are gaining experience. I mean, look at the likes of Jim McEwen and the bounce he's had in his career as a consequence
59.
of playing in this tournament. Winner of week 1 is in Graham Usher, who was runner-up at the Champions Week a few weeks ago.
130.
He can do so much. Chris Mason, look at the spark it's given him again for the sport.
No, absolutely. And when you sort of put the seniors tour as well into the equation, you know, there's there's a need and there's a place
57.
that us oldies that are over 50 can go to now. So yeah, I think it's great. I think it's a great addition. And obviously the seniors have got Channel 5 involved
42.
now for their event in February. So, you know, it shows that the people at home and the TV are interested in it too.
One on the
big broadcaster to have on board, that is for sure. This could be a big win for Alexander Merks if this 134 from Keelan Kay doesn't go. And so Alexander Merks returns for 66 to seal
66.
a 4-1 victory. He's going to get a dart at his favourite double 16 to seal the deal. And Alexander Merks makes it 2 victories from his previous 2 matches. Gets the better of Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 1 with an 80.15 average and 4 out of 6 on the doubles. He was ruthless when he got to the outer ring, and so Alexander Merks moves himself onto 4 points alongside Jared Cole at the top of the Group A table. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see Graham Hall in action as he takes on Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Alexander Merks has just come through, the 4-1 winner over Keelan Kay in that one. We're still waiting for someone to put down a bit of a marker in Group A, aren't we? Still waiting for that one performance to really spark this group into life. It was a fairly steady performance from Merks in that one, wasn't it? An 80 average for him in that one. And as you can see, Keelan Kay up above 75 in that match. His averages and his performance levels are certainly improving game on game, but unable to really produce something good enough to get the win in that one. He did take out his only checkout attempt in that one, so 100% checkout success for him in that match, but it was Alexander Merks who was constantly getting down to a finish first, wasn't he? We can take an early look then at the league standings and see how things are lying at this early juncture in Group A, and it is of course Alexander who is top of the table with 4 points. Jared Cole there with him, but it is that superior leg difference for Alexander at this point that means he is out top. Of course, as you can see, it's very congested at this early stage. The other 4 players are all joint on 2 points, so not really much to learn from that at this early stage. Next up then, it's Graham Hall against Neil Duff, and Neil Duff will certainly want to get off to a brighter start in this one, won't he? He's found himself trailing by 2-0 in both of his matches so far today, and it is, of course, he was able to overturn it in his opening match, but in that second, not able to do the same as for Graham Hall. As you can see there, him taking his first win of the day as well. That's left him on 2 points. Will Neil Duff then be able to get off to a brighter start in his third match of the day? Let's find out, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Neil Duff up against Graham Hall then to round off what will be the third round of fixtures. We've reached the halfway point of the day's action. Graham Hall lost out 4-3 in his opening game to Andreas Toft-Jørgensen with an average of 83.36, but then claimed victory against Jared Cole 4-2 with an 86.1 average. And if you look actually the statistics for the day, Graham Hall has actually been the most consistent performer of the 6 that are in play.
Yeah, we crossed over as I was going to an interview after he beat Jared Cole there in Game 5, and he said finally got one on the board and got one over the line, and I said you're being the most consistent so far today. And I love the way that he also, when we go on a wide shot again in a minute, he stands a couple of inches back away from the oche. He doesn't go right up to 7-9. I'm sure there must be a reason for that, and I'm sure you know what it is, H.
So he throws from 8 foot, so he stands just back off the oche, a bit like what Lisa Ashton does.
45.
So it stands just a little bit back off the oche. We can see there from that camera angle, he doesn't stand toe to it.
100.
I know that Devon Peterson at the moment endorses like a dart shoe, which I saw for the first time last week, which has like a square toe on it for those that throw with the toe up to the oche, a 45-degree angle off of each side for those that throw at a 45-degree angle, and then a flat side so that those that throw 90-degree angle with their foot on the oche. It's quite an amazing shoe and quite a clever idea.
$41, Graham, you require 122.
1-2-2 for Graham Hall for the opening leg with the throw. See, ironically, we say with players, don't we, a double stand back, but Graham Hall's doing that anyway.
47.
Yeah, take a stand back and have a look, and he's already back there. Yes. Duff needs to find his feet in this group.
105. Graham, you require
yet
75.
to settle. He's one of those players yet to settle. And that's in there in the corner for 75. It's inside the double 12 by a smidgen.
Yeah,
and
that's game short in the first line.
Between the wires for double 6. You can see his confidence growing, and he's now going to
second leg gets
heading up to those averages
first.
that he's done on his other visits here. He's just taking a little time to settle today. There's Graham Hall.
Of the players playing in this group, he has
60.
the highest all-time overall average of every single player. 92.21 going into today from 70 matches is a really, really impressive statistic.
54.
And that is a mighty impressive statistic. You can say, oh, yeah, that's shorter games and this, that, and the other, but you've still got to go up there and perform. And he has sure been doing
95.
That up until today. And now today you could say he's got away with it. He's lost one and won one before this one. So he would be happy with that, because in previous times he may have lost them both.
83.
So. And that statistic, that 92.21, comes across 404 legs.
140.
Makes it even more impressive. You are the stats man, H. I love it.
even more impressive, he actually has the best checkout statistics of anyone here as well. Over those 70 games, over those 404 legs, 37.59 checkout ratio. Is it 215 out of 572 darts at double?
You're going to give me a phobia with stats in a minute, aren't you? That's what you're going to do.
I'm trying to get it out of the way with because Corinne Hammond's here on Thursday evening. And she absolutely loves my stats, not.
Rinny's just a down-to-earth girl that watches the telly and tells you what's happening. She's not interested in all that stats rubbish.
Don't need stats here to see that Duff leaves 71 after 15.
$85. Neil, you require 71.
His arm a good stretch out there. Stood behind Graham Hall there, but it's 71 coming in. He will now look for an 18. And that's nice big 18. It's double top.
31. Graham, you require 103.
The all-important question now is, will he return? 103. And it's the 60 route. It's the 3 route, and it's double top.
63.
Again,
Neil, you require 40.
Strange way to go for 103. I tend to stay downstairs on 103, because if you do tend to drift either side the 19,
yeah,
you still have a shot with 2 darts.
Second flag. Neil Duff.
Irrelevant now. Neil Duff makes it 1-1.
Duff man levels us up at 1 apiece.
Third leg is
looking to continue that trend of players winning games all against the darts. I'm not sure we've ever actually gone this deep in a day with every single match being won against the darts. I'm sure
40.
We'll grab communication on that at some point.
Graham will be looking to reverse that stat
85.
in this one. He doesn't mind being the man to stop the rot on that stat. Obviously, the way that the throw is worked out, everybody gets a first throw.
55.
As the day goes on. So sometimes you will throw first, sometimes you will throw second, but it will even itself out as the day goes on. Can be a little difficult when you drop on somebody that's playing really well and you're throwing second. But that is the luck of the draw. Nobody knows who's going to be playing what when they're drawn into their positions on the draw sheet. It is as fair as it can possibly be.
34.
The fixtures from today will be flipped and reversed tomorrow. That sounds like some kind of rap song, doesn't it? And then on Wednesday, it will be drawn out as evenly as possible, so the players will get as fair an opportunity across their 15 games to have as many games with and against the darts against respective opponents.
It is. That's the cha-cha slide,
42.
isn't it? Reverse, reverse.
You know, Duff will want to work it and want to work it to leave 41 after 12. And now this 130 from Hall has to go.
$65. Neil, you require 41.
So which way is Neil going to go? It's 1.
Yeah, that's
and
game
double
short
top,
and
he chose correctly.
Halfway towards victory with a crucial break of throw to lead 2-1.
Neil the throw first. Game on.
And a 14 dart leg there as well for the Duff man.
100.
I have to say, I do love that shot after the leg is won and we pan back and you can see exactly what this place is all about. You can see the lights down on the players. You can see at home exactly what the players
45
are in, the atmosphere that they're in. That's a great, great shot after the end of every leg. I do like that.
We should put that down to our great directors here at the Super Series.
40.
Absolutely. We're all one happy team here, trying to do our best to bring you the action as it happens.
We have Paul Starr in the director's chair today.
40.
Yeah, I love that, man. I used to do a feature with him, something about a star in a bar and a bar and a star or something. I can't remember what it was. It was so long ago with that Bristolian accent. I couldn't understand half of what he was saying, but what a lovely, lovely man.
Just half.
Yes, there's the man from Dorset. Can't speak any better either, but that's not the point.
93. 70.
Behind the bar with Paul Starr, wasn't it?
It was behind the bar with Paul Starr, yeah. Yeah. You could tell as he advanced, it started off as a pallet bar. And then it started off to be some decent, a nice bit of wood on the top there with a bit of varnish. Lovely, lovely.
59.
I was just a little,
Neil
I was just a little corner of it. I
131.
was just in a little square in the corner. I didn't actually get into the bar.
Were you barred?
I was barred, yeah.
Can't
feel
believe
barred, but I was barred.
91. Graham, you require 164.
164 for Graham Hall. And if Duff takes this tops, it could be last orders in this match.
45. Neil, you require 40.
Oh, just on the wire underneath. Just on the wire on the inside. Needs to go between the
35.
two. And he's just underneath again.
Graham, you require 119.
A reprieve for Graham Hall.
One dart at the ball, and it wasn't too far
Neil,
away.
you require 5.
It's not badly thrown at all, that dart at the ball. He was gunning for that. So it's Neil Duff now on the 5. He's got the 1. He's inside the double 2. He's chasing around the board.
That's game short in the forward
But he's made it.
Neil Duff.
And it pretty much came off the first dart, didn't it? And it took a deflection into the double.
Game on.
And that is the hole that he wanted after the break, and he's a leg away from claiming yet another win against the darts, against Graham Hall. But he isn't going to do it easily.
80.
Hall averaging 89. But it's 1 from 4 on the doubles, which is the reason why he is 2 legs behind.
Needs to back that 180 up now. It's no good backing a 180 up with a trebleless visit.
51.
Wasn't a trebleless visit, just not the one he wanted.
$140.
And there's the prime example of why you have to back a 180 up with a treble visit, because Neil Duff has now been let right back in.
140.
180, 140 in the leg. Sandwich between the 51, leaving 130 after 9.
57.
And he's going to get 6 starts from here to bring it back to 3-2. Doesn't have to go the bullseye route. He may go the bullseye route.
90.
Or he may decide to go 10 for tops.
He laid it up so that he could get a good shot in with the pitching wedge. That's what he did. He set it up.
92. Graham, you require 40.
Here we go then. Graham Hall to hold his throw.
$30. Neil, you require 112.
Disappointed with that. And now Duff man's got a chance. He's got a big chance, having hit the treble 20 first dart. It's topped
72.
Up. A bit high, wide and handsome there from the Duff man. Again, a dodgy double this.
Yeah, that's game short in the 5th flag.
Good last start. Really held his nerve there.
2 real nice guides for the third one to plonk its way in. But Neil Duff here has the darts to seal a 4-2 victory. And if you have just joined us
85.
here, it really is a congested Group A table. This is the scenario. We're heading towards the end of the 3rd round of fixtures. Alexander Merks and Jared Cole are at the top of the table on 4 points. The winner of this will also get on to 4 points. Keelan Kay
85.
and Andreas Toft-Jørgensen are all on 2. But after the second round of fixtures, every player was level on points. That is how tight it has been today. Every single match so far has gone against the darts. And it looks as if here that trend is set to continue. Neil Duff with a sizable advantage in the 6th leg.
81.
Duffman will be looking to stretch this lead.
100.
And he has with another 100. You would think just a 140 is the only thing that's good enough here for Hall to claw
26.
himself back into the leg, and 26 certainly isn't. He now finds himself 133 behind, plus these. And the Duffman is wading right in. You've got to stay there, Duffman. Just bung it. Get it in that treble 20.
98.
I don't think, A, he liked the lie, and B, the angle that second dart went in. I'm just wondering whether he thought that there was a possibility that could come out if he went for the 20 bet again.
82. Neil, you require
For me, you were so
78.
far in front, I'd have still gone for it and made life easy. But he's making life easy here. Oh, there's nothing easier than that, than the 2 darts 78.
And so it is a 4-2 victory for Neil Duff. And yet again, yet another game that goes against the darts. An 87.38 average for the Duff man, for the reigning WDF World Champion. 1 max in the match, 4 from 11 on the doubles, a high checkout of 78. And so Neil Duff joins Alexander Merks and Jared Cole on 4 points at the top of the group following the 3rd round of fixtures. We're going to get round 4 underway after this short break. It's going to be a battle of the 2 most precocious young talents that the sport of darts has to offer. It's Jared Cole against Keelan Kay, and that's up next.
Well, we said prior to that match, didn't we, that Neil Duff would want to make a brighter start in it, but it didn't really make much difference at all. The 4-2 winner in that one, despite his opponent getting off to a better start and settling quicker in that one. A 15-dart hold of throw to take the opening leg from Graham Hall, but he misstarts at double, and his lead was not extended in that one. Duff levelled early on, despite not really finding his range early on, but from there we really saw a decent display from Duff, rounded off with a 14-dart leg to get over the line in the end. As you can see, an average in excess of 88 for him in that one. 4 out of 11 on the outer ring, with that highest checkout of 78 in there as well for him. Next up then, we do start the 4th round of action here at the Super Series in Group A, and it's Jared Cole who takes on Keelan Kay in this one. Cole beat Toft-Jørgensen, of course, in his last match. That was rounded off. He had 50% checkout success in that match, and of course this next one, it is 2 youngsters coming up against each other, and you'd have to say Cole is probably the favourite to get the 2 points in this one based on the performance levels from both players so far. Cole's scoring will probably play a huge factor in this match. But as for Keelan Kay, well, his performance levels have certainly improved game by game so far this morning, haven't they? We have seen him post an average in excess of 109 at this tournament in previous stagings, of course. Will he be able to get anywhere near that level, or even near the level that he's proven and shown on the development tour recently? Let's find out and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. And maybe this is a glimpse into the darting future as Jared Cole takes on Keelan Kay. 2 of the brightest young talents that this sport has to offer, goes toe-to-toe here in game 10 of our day here at the Super Series. Keelan Kay looking to get his way onto 4 points with a win. Jared Cole, 22 years of age, from Hatfield, looking to go outright top on 6 points. Someone has the opportunity to take full command of this group in this round. Keelan Kay, the 20-year-old, lord of the board,
First leg is
in his
first.
way.
Game on.
These are 2 players that you know very well. Scott, from your days
135.
as England captain and helping out on the youth tour and youth stages. And so this must be a proud moment for you in the commentary box.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it's great to see what England darts were doing and guys coming through. It's
100.
you know, we're seeing it with Bo as well at the moment. She is the name on everybody's lips today, Bo Greaves.
41.
Came through the same system, and Jared was in one of the teams with her, I think, in the youth team. So, World Cup. So it's, yeah, it shows that the system worked, and it continues to work. And both these 2 played each other probably hundreds of times. They will know each other inside out from the youth days.
134. Jared
they're now both
129.
fully grown men, and they've got to get on with it and play like a man now.
Play with some seniority. Play with some seniorly good darts. But it is game short.
It's game short in the
It's
first
129 in game for Jared Cole. And it is a 12-darter.
Second leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Just to get confusion, you just need to add a Dutchman into the mix. And, yeah, we got a little bit confused there at the end.
42. 96.
129 in game. Add that to the 127.
Indeed.
59.
'Has to go back down there.
98.
Good lad. Counting was good.
100.
Jared will
Keelan,
now
you
probably
require
just go through the motions,
167.
feeling the leg is gone. Particularly if Keelan can turn the corner on this one.
125.
Which he quite duly has. And just as we thought, there's no barriers in this one. They've played each other so many times. They're just
54.
getting on with it.
Keelan,
Nobody's thinking about
42.
anything. They're playing their game.
They're going at quite the
that's
pace.
game short
They are
in the
going
second leg.
at quite the
Keelan Kay.
standard. 2 legs played in less than 3 minutes. It was a fantastic 14 darter there for Keelan Kay
Third leg
on the
is
back
Jared
of the
to
12
throw
darter
first.
for
Game
Jared
on.
Cole. The average is 94.5 for the king of the castle. The lord of the board is above the ton.
100.
It does look like they enjoy playing one another, and I wonder. Well, I wouldn't have a clue what the stats would be on their head-to-head, but they look like they enjoy playing one another. They are
94.
good friends as well, and it's always nice to play a mate. It's always nice to play a mate in a pressure situation up there, and who's understanding what you're doing. So
85.
these two really going at it.
That's
39.
unlucky. Well, you can see how far that dart flew. Went halfway towards the crowd.
Didn't we see one of those in the Euros with Dobie actually come back and nearly hit Dobie on his
58.
way in?
Needed a cricketer-style helmet there, didn't he?
And our referee, Marco, did not even flinch.
140.
We'll make sure health and safety didn't see that.
78. Jared should
Yeah,
require
we used to have a problem at
128.
Lakeside where if the dart fell out and it fell down in the light underneath the board, you could burn your hand trying to get your dart back. So you never touched it.
63.
You just let the refs go
Keelan,
in
you
there and burn
require
their hands. It was very
140.
clever. Or I did anyway. I don't know whether everybody else did. And even if you looked into the light, it was so bright that when you came back round to throw, you couldn't see the ball for 2 throws. You would just see spots in front of your eyes.
Jared
So
requires 65.
I learned very quickly to stay out of there.
Be seen double. Jared
Yeah,
Cole
that's
was hoping
being
to see
shown in
double
the third
top,
leg.
and he gets
Jared
double
Cole.
top. Maybe he's rekindled that friendship with the double at the very top of the board. He leads the lord of the board by 2 legs to 1.
First. Game on.
Keelan was sat there waiting on tops as well.
140.
These two really are. Waking proceedings up, shall we say, this morning.
Proper darts.
180.
Wonderful darts. Maximum darts.
40.
Now then, Jared.
50.
Too much to ask for, wasn't it?
It was, and once again, we were talking about backing 180s up, and we're still not seeing it. So
81.
Keelan back in the red bit.
But it's all about the green bit there. A 171 to leave himself on a ton after 9.
Superb darts there from Jared Cole. Superb thinking.
100. Jared should require
Keelan's
100.
keeping him honest. He's just there at 140, but it's 100 for Jared. Which way is he going?
60.
Nice and high, my son. Don't bust that at that point.
There was no way he was going tops tops after his fruitless relationship with that double today. Although he did rekindle it in the last leg, he may rekindle it again in this, and it would
60.
be for a break of
Jared
throw
should
and a
require 40.
3-1 lead and a 13 darter. He's already had a 12.
Yeah, that's
14 will do nicely. That's the break.
Jared Cole.
And it could be the first victory of the day for a player who has thrown first in the match.
Fifth flag is Jared to throw first. Game on.
The average is 94.18 for Cole, 93.85 for Kay.
140.
Neither too shabby. Keelan can probably sit there at 3-1 thinking, I haven't done a lot wrong here.
97.
These are the best 2 averages of the day so far.
They are indeed.
85.
Consider the blue touch paper well and truly lit, and Jared's popped a couple of flights.
He was snatching his darts out the board there. Absolutely irate that he only scored 85.
96. 95. 126.
Keeps Cole honest.
85.
85 leaves him on 96 for the match, and he is going to return for it. Keelan Kay can only apply pressure from this point.
85. Jared to require 96.
76 left for the king of the castle
80.
to stamp
Keelan
his authority on the group.
97.
Only one way Keelan can go here. It's treble 19 there, and now he needs that double top. Don't think, my boy, chuck him.
87.
Oh, unlucky.
Jared to require 16.
So Cole comes back to 16, and you wouldn't bet against it.
Game, shot, and a
Don't
match.
bet against
Jared
it at
Cole.
all. Jared Cole is the first player to 6 points in this group. He gets the better of Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 1 in a quality encounter. 94 averages respectively, but it is that 4 out of 6 on the doubles and that 129 checkout in the opening leg, which has helped Jared Cole on his way to a marvellous victory against Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 1. A game played in fantastic spirit. But we're going to take a short break here. When we return afterwards, Scott Mitchell is going to give his analysis up on the balcony, and then we're going to see the reigning WDF champion of the world in action. It's Neil Duff against the star from Denmark, Andreas Toft-Jørgensen.
Hi there and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've really been waiting for a game to kickstart Group A into life, and that last game certainly did just that, didn't it? The kids are most certainly all right.
Look, they know each other inside out, and it's always great. I know the feeling. It's always great to play a mate up there on a big stage, and there was no holds bars, none given there. They just went for it.
Yeah, really impressive. When you look at Jared Cole there, both similar averages for Keelan Kay as well. Keelan Kay had been languishing in the low to mid 70 averages in his opening 3 games. To see him putting in that, we know he can do it. As I mentioned prior to that match, he had actually put in an average in excess of 109 in this tournament previously. Do you see a way that Keelan could maintain that throughout the rest of the day?
Yeah, I do now. I think now that he's proved to himself again, it's the first day again. Everything's a bit touchy-nervy, and he's now got that out of his system.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Jared, he's probably been someone who it's looked as though he could produce that and he could drag the averages up, maybe drag the performance levels up. That 12-dart leg with a 1-2-9 finish in the opening leg really set the standard, didn't it?
It did, and he never eased off it. He just continued the rest of the game, and that made life very difficult for Keelan to come back into it.
And Neil Duff up next. He's had a bit of a mixed bag, I think it's fair to say, so far this morning, but that last performance from him was closer to what we know he can produce.
Fiddler's elbow, it's up and down, and he won't be happy with that. So he'll be looking to now do exactly the same as what the 2 lads did in the last game, clamp his averages, get his proper game out there and see where it takes him.
And it's still very early on, but at this stage, who do you see maybe being there or thereabouts? You'd have to say Jared Cole, I guess.
You're trying to put me on the spot here, Abby. I'm not sure about this pundit-in-law. I mean, at the moment, there's nobody really, like I say, Jared has probably looked at it, but then you look at Keelan and you think, well, now that he's done that, he could come into it. It is still so tight. I'm not staking my post to any fences here. I'm not posting my pin on any fences. I think it's still wide open.
But you are most certainly going to get splinters. Right then, let's get into this next match. Henry, back over to you.
Abby, I can assure you there is nothing wrong with splinters whatsoever. I will try and get Scott Mitchell to nail his colours to the mast as the day goes on. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen against Neil Duff then. Game 11. We're into the final third of the opening day's action here in Group A, and we see the reigning WDF World Champion in action, the 50-year-old from Ballyclare in Northern Ireland, throwing a 23-gram Red Dragon dart up against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, the 28-year-old from Ormond in Denmark. Twice making appearances at the World Cup of Darts for his country. Nicknamed Tofty. Who is going to win out in this battle, I wonder. And I just wonder whether that previous game, the Grange Hill of darts between 2 of the upcoming young talents, may have just lit up the spark for the day to come. We've been waiting perhaps for one player to follow the other. We saw that in the last game. I just wonder whether that's just given the practice room that little bit 60. Of a buzz, a little bit of a spark. Maybe the blue touch paper has been lit for the day. Oh, maybe.
121. 140. 60.
We are going to see Duff at the World Seniors Championship in February at the Circus Tavern. And you can claim your tickets for that event by heading over to dartshop.tv. And whilst you're there, why don't you come and join us here at the Super Series? Because tickets for every single Saturday night session is available on that website. So pick a week you fancy coming down to, and please do join us if you're about in the UK. And a very good morning, well, good afternoon now to those of you joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. And if you're joining us around the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, thank you very much. Don't forget to subscribe to watch bonus content alongside the live action. But live in play now, Neil Duff wants a 107 for a holder throw in the opening leg. Toft-Jørgensen not on a finish, so he's got 6 for it, but he may just take it out in 3 because why not? I'm the WDF World Champion and 15 dart legs are my bread and butter.
Second lag, it's Andreas
Why did you mention bread and
first.
butter when it's lunchtime? If I don't eat every 20 minutes, people think I'm on a diet.
96.
It is getting to that peckish hour of the day here, isn't it? And the problem is a very popular sandwich chain, which is famous for its sausage rolls, are refitting itself
100.
across the road. So it's not even as if we can nip across there and grab a steak bake or something.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where I'd be joining this at home on a lunchtime. So yeah, that's probably why I'm feeling a bit peckish, but there we go.
57.
As I say, you can get in touch with us at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And Brian Raman, your fellow tour card holder, friend of the show, has got in touch talking about the Graham Hall
140.
putting the foot just back off the oche discussion. And he says that he puts his feet on the oche just before he throws.
100.
And that's basically because he likes to give the board a good old stare down.
Wow, interesting.
100.
Maybe it's because players want to line themselves up on the board as well, line themselves up in their position. I've always wondered why ockeys don't have, say,
60.
little mark points all across the top of the
120.
oche, so that you know that you're going back to exactly the same mark each time. And I would think that that would give you a better standard of play also. I know it's something that
100.
we have on our county stage at Dorset to try and help our Dorset players out. And then, yeah, it's just one of those. But it helps the opposition out as well. It's just we've got little brass beads, I think, on the top of ours.
58. Andreas,
it's a bit like a tennis player trying to pick the right position on the court to serve from, isn't it? Well, that was a bit of a wide. And it could be an unforced error given back to Neil Duff here for the break of throw and a 2-0 lead. He wants 1-2-6. But he hands the initiative back to the Dane.
83. Andreas, you require 20.
He does. Bit wild, that second dart. When you miss by that far, it makes it very difficult mentally to hit the third. So Duff back in, and he does not need any second chances. He will eat those up all day long if you give them to him.
Third lag, it's
just let out a little bit of a roar of emotion there, did Duff. You will see that from him. He tries to keep things
125
to himself, but when he feels as if he just needs to let out a bit of energy, he's not afraid to do so.
99.
I'm actually just looking at game 13. Neil Duff against Jared Cole. Now that game could
45.
say a lot going into tomorrow's session if Duff can go on and claim victory in this one.
Well, I won't say what happened when I just come through the players' room, but Neil Duff was in the back room going, we're all here, happy doing 80 averages, and then you two have to go and start doing the 90. So I won't say which two he was talking to, but I think we know. But yeah,
140.
He seems to be now trying to do something about that himself as Duff moves on to an 89 average.
Were they young players by any chance?
Very 41. Young, and they left their shields and everything behind and just let it all out.
$97.
Well, this will put some pressure on.
140.
140 keeps Duff honest.
94.
This is for 3-0 leads, and you can sense his frustration with that first dart.
54.
Maybe we're just beginning to see some moves in this group begin to develop. Tops for 3-0.
Neil, you require 40.
And a 16 dart leg to boot if it goes. Chasing down to 10s.
30.
He couldn't get closer with those first two.
Andreas, you require
and that would
40.
make you harsh to criticise the third there. So it's Toft-D.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
Tidy
Andreas
from Toft
Toft-Jørgensen.
as he brings it back to 2-1 with a breaker throw, and Neil Duff just
Forward leg
looks
is
on,
Andreas to throw first.
knowing that he had the
Game on.
opportunity to open up a three-leg buffer, and with the Dane having the darts in leg 4, it could be back level in no time at all.
95.
What's your knowledge like on Danish dart players? Do you know Per Larsen?
Great player, Pierre Larsen.
Lovely man, lovely man.
60.
Every time, you know, people say Danish darts, he's the first guy, I think, in my head. Just a top man.
Yeah, Denmark and Sweden have had a really good
96.
history of great players over the years. Magnus Carris, poker face himself.
Absolutely. Yeah, played him too.
62.
He was in his twilight years, luckily. I didn't play him in his best days, but yeah, another good guy, Magnus. Another youngster from Sweden that never really came on and did what I thought he was going to do. Was a young lad called Marcus Cahonen. Appeared at Lakeside, and I think he was one of the youngest to ever appear at Lakeside, I think.
180. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, 170.
This man has won at Lakeside, and it was with darts like that.
58.
Do you remember Peter Sajvani?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Stupid question, it's hard to forget him, isn't it?
He was a character, I can tell you. In the back room at
Andreas
Lakeside every
Toft-Jørgensen,
year.
112.
2 apiece. That's a lovely first dart to try and find a treble, but it's not going to go, and so Duff is going to get the opportunity
56.
4-3-1
Neil Toft-Jørgensen,
to obtain the break. And it would mean he'd be throwing for the match.
Yeah, that's game
And there
short
it
in the
is.
forward leg.
A nice
Neil
clean kill
Duff.
on the 60 for the Duff man. 3-1 up and now throwing for it.
Fifth leg is
And
Neil to
if
throw first.
Duff can
Game on.
claim victory here, he would join Jared Cole on 6 points, and then Alexander Merks would then have the opportunity in the next game to make it a three-way tie at the top of the table. You'd have
85.
a real seismic swing in the table, because you'd have the top 3 all on 6 points, the bottom 3 all on 2 points.
81.
And the way the games go, Duff and Cole will play in game 13. That's already feeling like
100.
a massive game in terms of this group. Then the last round will also see Graham Hall up against Keelan Kay.
140.
And then Andreas will return against Alexander Merks. Someone could stamp their authority on this group at the top come the end of the day. Whoever wins
59.
game 13, if Duff can hang on for victory here.
And that's what I love about this group format. It is very, very difficult to break away unless you are winning match after match after match.
85. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, 140.
It keeps you on your toes as a player because you're never really out of it.
100.
And of course, the players from Group A will then be divvied up if they don't qualify into Groups B and C. Second and third will play in Group
100.
B on Thursday and Friday night.
40.
And then the players 4th, 5th and 6th will be in
that's
Group
game short in the
C.
fifth flag.
But
Andreas
worry about that as the
Toft-Jørgensen.
days go on. The worry for Andreas in the short term is to try and arrest this deficit. Well, he's pulled one back to
Sixth
bring it
flag is
into
Andreas to
the
throw
deficit of
first.
3-2. He
Game
has
on.
the darts in the 6th to take us all the way to a deciding leg.
58.
Both running a tidy 88 average here for the first 5 legs. Those 2 young men the game before really have up the ante.
140.
We were saying just before that game, we were waiting for someone to say, this is a standard you're going to have to play at.
59.
They have set the standard. And these 2 are just following in kind, especially Neil Duff. The average 90.5 here. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen,
100.
85.92. But it is those 2 from 8 on the doubles, which could come to cost him in the end. It was that
82.
miss on double 10, wasn't it, in the second leg, where he went up to the single 6, then went inside on the double 7, which gave Duff the opportunity to open up a 2-0 lead. And it's felt as if the Irishman has not looked back since and leaves himself on 1-2-1 to complete a 4-2 victory.
58. Neil, you require 121.
Will he go ball route first? Yes, he did. Still on because he's hitting 11. Doesn't need to do it.
85.
What a tidy last start that was.
To leave double 18 after 12 for the match. 4-6 points.
60. Neil, you require 36.
He's going to get 6 for this. Double 9.
18.
Goes straight for it. He could have reevaluated his options with Toft-Jørgensen on 184.
Toft-Jørgensen's not really
Neil, you
putting him under
18.
any more pressure. It's going straight for the double 9. Now's when it gets cagey. And for that reason.
10. Andreas, you require 127.
127 to save the game. Treble 719. Would have left the ball, and so Duff returns a double 4.
59.
4-4-2 win.
Neil, you require 8.
And if he can get this double,
Game,
he will set
shot,
up a
and
showdown with Jared
Neil
Cole
Duff.
in game 13 to see who will be the dominant force following the first day's play here in Group A. Neil Duff, a 4-2 victor against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen with an 86.85 average, the game's solitary maximum, 4 out of 12 on the doubles, and a 107 high out. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen has one game left to play today. That's in the last one against Alexander Merks, who we're going to see next in action when he takes on Graham Hall.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Neil Duff has got another victory on the board, moving him onto 6 points in the league table now. That 4-2 victory for him in that match means that he will take on Jared Cole in his final game of the day, and that could potentially determine who ends the day top of the table. Neil Duff, who got out into a 2-0 lead in this one, maybe encouraged by what he saw from Cole and Keelan in the previous match. Andreas did have a 13 dart leg in there, but aside from that, pressure on Duff was limited in that match. Despite needing multiple visits to the board, Duff got over the line to round off a fairly comfortable victory for him, an average just shy of 87 in that one, 33% on the outer ring for Duff in that one. Next up then, we have Alexander Merks up against Graham Hall, and Graham Hall has played to a really consistent level so far today, hasn't he? He has just got that one win from his opening 3 games, but it has been a consistent display across those 3 games for him. His finishing has been a bit of an Achilles heel in the matches that he's played in so far, so that'll be the one aspect of his game that he'll look to improve in this one. As for Merks, he's looking to join Jared Cole and Neil Duff on 6 points. It's turning out to be a really impressive debut display from him, isn't it, today? So then he had, of course, 67% checkout success in his last match. Will he be able to replicate that and do something similar in this match? Lads, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so, Alexander the Great up against G-Man. But who is going to be the man in this particular battle? Well, over the course of the day, Graham has perhaps been the most consistent performer over his 3 matches, an average of 84.08 for the day, up against Merks, who started with a 86 average and a 4-3 defeat to Jared Cole, and then an 85.21 in victory against Neil Duff, and an 80.15 against Keelan Kay. So, okay, we saw that brilliant game with 2 94 averages between Cole and Kay, but in terms of all 3 matches, these are the 2 that perhaps, when you look at the graph of averages throughout the day, are perhaps the most even and level.
It's Alexander the throw first. Game on.
Graph of averages, yes. I like what you made that very plain and simple.
100.
For myself, let alone the viewer. Yes, that's exactly what they've been like.
Or as you like to call it, the Steffi.
The Steffi giraffe?
97.
Must be having one.
Absolutely. The format is so short. You really have got to hit the ground running on this. It's always difficult to claw back.
And you can so easily get sucked in with this quick group stage format 55. Where the games do come thick and fast.
Yes, they certainly do.
60.
And you love that when you're winning. They can't come quick enough if you're winning, but if you're losing, you just drag your heels a little bit to get back up there, and you don't want to put yourself through it again for a bit. And this is where this format is so difficult. So difficult mentally.
59.
And for Alexander, the first time he's played in this competition, so he's getting used to the highs and lows and the peaks and troughs he's going to get over the course of the week, because every player does.
Alexander, you require 142.
I'm sure he'll learn more about himself by the end of this week. This is so good for the players.
88.
So good, and particularly a young player and a new player to this sort of standard and setup. They will learn more about themselves come Saturday if they make it that far.
Alexander, you require
If not,
54.
it won't be a wasted week.
He's going to learn a heck of a lot. 18 for double 18.
Yeah, that's game short.
I was just wondering whether that first dart was a help or a hindrance. It turned out in the end to be a bit of a help. He leads Graham Hall by a leg to nil, and Alexander well placed in the WDF rankings to play at the World Championships at the turn of the year, and this experience here on the big stage is going to help him, because we do see at the Lakeside players who've never played on TV before, and because of that the nerves really do set in, and you maybe not
30.
get a true reflection of their game once they play on that TV stage because of that lack of experience. It's something Alexander's going to get here.
Yeah, without doubt. Without doubt.
97.
And Graham Hall to a certain extent. You know, this is good for him too. Alexander's up the pace of his throw, and now he's up in the consistency of his treble 20s.
And when he flows like that, it is so watchable.
98.
Yeah, very much so.
41.
What were they called back in the day? A rat-tat-tat player, wasn't it?
Certainly no slowsters, is there, in this group? They all go at it at a good pace.
30.
Very watchable actions, very watchable players.
There's some slowsters in this commentary box, I can tell you that for sure.
100.
I say, if you were up there, Scott, I'd be able to make a cup of tea between throws.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that. Here we go. We've been pretty civil now for 11 matches. But now he's wading in. Bless him. Love it.
93.
Yeah, you're probably right, mate.
Alexander,
I'd have time for the kettle to boil as well if you arranged it.
98. Graham, you require
All said
83.
in jest.
Absolutely. My dear friend John Rawlins calls me the sloth.
He's probably on some airplane back from Germany at the minute.
51.
Yes,
Alexander,
yeah,
you
yeah.
require
It's been
52.
it was a good Euro Championships finals, wasn't it?
Well, this is the double that
20.
Graham missed, but Alexander Merks has
Graham, you
similar
require 32.
problems on the double 16. And so who's going to take this second leg?
Yeah, that's game short than a
It's
second
Graham
block.
Hall, and
Graham
what a
Hall.
good dart. I cannot tell you how difficult that is to do when you've got one dart so close to the wire and you are thinking, it's just not my day. You cannot allow that thought to come into your head. And that was he just took, 6 inches to the right and slotted it alongside. It's such a difficult thing to master. And look at the confidence he's got with it.
140. 45.
If you're wondering who's going to join us for the rest of the week, Group C is going to comprise of Darren Johnson, who's playing some excellent stuff at the minute on the WDF
85.
circuit. Winner in Northern Ireland a couple of weeks ago. Gary Blades and Sam Kankit, who I'm sure you know from playing internationally over the years.
Well, Gary Blades, obviously, he was at the Pro Tours last year and lost his card, and he was so unfortunate. He was playing so well as part of that second year, but once you find yourself down there, as I'm finding this
19.
year, oh, it's a big hole to try and dig yourself out of. Just for the pressure that you put on yourself mentally.
92.
So I know Gary quite well. And Sam Kankit, well, he was a 9-dart kid. I remember him doing a 9-dart way back when. Gwent County player, and yeah, he was class. We visited the other week and he wasn't there, but he was away on Europe Cup duty with Wales, I think, when we played Gwent a couple of weeks ago.
I'll tell you who's in Group B in the next leg, because Graham Hall has 117 here for the break your throw and a 2-1 lead. So Merks returns for the 52.
77. Alexander, you require 52.
That's going to have to go with Hall sat on tops. 88.
36.
Here's the break chart for Hall.
Require 40.
It's a big chance. Trying to compose himself, tell himself to stop it.
30. Alexander, you require 16.
Unfortunately, on that occasion, he couldn't, so it's Merks back at 16.
Yeah, that's game short.
He's been good that side of the board generally today. And he holds his throw with that. So how big is that going to be in the
forward leg? It's Graham the throw first.
Turns out.
You could say that the Dutchie's getting the doubles on the left-hand side.
You could indeed,
137.
but it would be open to speculation. But you will get away with that because you are, when you listen to tracks, you are my musical youth.
60. 100.
Graham Hall with a tint of Dutch orange on his
100.
shirt. Looks like a Blackpool away
91.
kit.
Yeah, very similar actually.
$100. Alexander, you require 170.
The fish.
Yeah,
The
that's been
fish!
shown in the forward leg. Alexander Merkx.
The big fish for a big break for Alexander Merks. And he opens up a 3-1 lead against
flag
Graham
is
Hall.
Alexander to throw
And suddenly
first.
now he
Game
throws
on.
for the match. That could be a game changer.
The guys are definitely getting into
53.
it now. What a shot. And I think Merks is playing better at a slightly quicker pace. He hasn't thrown as quickly as this. The Dutch are renowned for being
134.
rapid throwers, rat-tat-tat. And that's what he's turning himself into, and looks a lot
59.
more comfortable throwing like that. And the big fish there to end leg 4 is probably the proof of all that.
It's not been a day littered with big finishes thus far, but
45.
you don't get any bigger than that.
Poor old Graham Hall sat there,
81.
having not done a lot wrong this game, finds himself 3-1 down.
And it would mean we'd have 3 players tied on 6, 3 players tied on 2 going into the final round. The beginning of the final round will see Cole and Duff go toe-to-toe.
98.
One of them players will be guaranteed 8 points at the end of the session. They would set their stall out as the man to beat.
100.
Merks will go top of the table on legs difference. Cole and Duff both on +4.
98. Graham,
Legs
you
difference
require
and 6
86.
points. Merks here on +4 and 4 points if he can claim victory. But Graham Hall will be hoping that there's still some life left in this match.
39.
Merks showed him the way
Alexander,
to
you
the
require
ball,
112.
but he couldn't find it himself. And so 112 now to seal the match, to seal the victory. It's his favourite double
80.
16, but it
Graham,
doesn't
you
go
require
on this occasion.
47.
Big chance he's going to leave tops. He's chosen to leave it, so it must be one of his
That's game
favourites. And
short in
there
the
it
fifth
is.
flag. Graham Hall.
Sometimes you have that go-to double. 47 there. Most would have gone 15-32.
6 flag
But
is
Hall
Graham the throw
definitely
first.
purposely
Game
went
on.
7 for tops because he was trying to find something that he could hit.
And here's the break back. Return to throw.
99. 59.
And if Graham could seal the comeback win, it really
100.
does add an interesting dynamic to the group because you'd have the 2 on 6 that go in toe-to-toe in the next match, 2 players on 4,
85.
2 players on 2. The last round of fixtures could see some gaps emerge in the group if Graham Hall seals victory here. But we could see some gaps regardless of what happens in this game. We could see a seismic gap between
85.
3rd and 4th.
$101.
With just the 40 points in front, this is not a visit that
40.
Graham Hall is enjoying. He is now just 80 points in front. Merks has dropped that first dart low.
100.
Sneaks over with the last. And Hall just takes time there. He just knows that he made a mistake by a non-treble visit there, allowing Merks back in.
60. Alexander, you require
Snatchy last one there from Hall as well.
100. Graham, you require
Good last dart.
117.
Forces Graham Hall to take out this 117, to take us to a last leg decider. Treble 19. One dart left. At tops.
90.
Drags below. And so Merks has the chance to seal the win with his 56.
Game, shot,
and seal it. He does. And he goes top of the Group A table. He joins Cole. He joins Duff on 6 points. And we are seeing a split in the table. Alexander Merks with the big fish finish en route to that 4-2 win with an average of 86.53. The game's solitary maximum, a superb match. The standard is rising and rising as the day goes on, and we may just have match of the day after this short break as Neil Duff takes on Jared Cole. It's the beginning of the final round of Monday at the MODUS Super Series.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Alexander Merks has just got his third victory of this session here in Group A. It was a 4-2 win for him in that match, and it moves him on to 6 points after 4 games played. We highlighted prior to the match how consistent Graham Hall has been today, but he'll be really disappointed with his checkout percentage and missed starts in that one. As you can see, just 2 out of his 11 attempts finding the double. The real highlight, of course, in that match was Merks, who's already having a superb debut day here, reeling in the big fish to put himself in a commanding position in that match before completing it in 17 darts. And you feel that this group is really starting to hot up now. The standard across the board is really starting to rise. We can take a look at the league standings with 3 more matches to be played in this opening day of action here in Group A. Of course, Merks is one of 3 players now on to 6 points in the table. The other 2 are Neil Duff and Jared Cole, who are going to go head-to-head in our next match. Of course, these 2 will, whoever comes out on top, have a really good chance of ending the day in top spot. They've produced 2 of the only 3 three-figure outshots of the day. A 129, of course, from Cole, and this 107 from Duff in his last match. But Jared Cole really put down a bit of a marker, didn't he, in his last match? A really superb performance. And as I mentioned, that 129 finish to complete a 12-dart leg in that one. You feel like he's really warming to the task now. Both players are, in fact, so this really could be a highlight of the opening day here in Group A. Let's tuck into it then, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. This really could be the game of the opening day of week 2. These 2 have been the standout performers of the day so far. Neil Duff, the reigning WDF World Champion, won 3 from 4. Beat Keelan Kay in his first match before then going down 4-2 to Alexander Merks. He then came back onto the winning trail for 4-2 success against Graham Hall, up against Jared Cole, who got the better of Merks 4-3 in his opening tussle of the day. He was then defeated by Graham Hall by 4 legs to 2, and his last match, an absolute cracker, the 4-1 victory against Keelan Kay, where both players averaged in excess of 94. So if these 2 could play to type, we may have a bit of a classic on our hands here, Scott Mitchell.
We really could. After their last games, we are both very much looking forward to this one.
134.
These 2 recently met in the WDF British Classic, and it was Jared Cole who claimed a 4-3 victory in the last 128 about a month and a half ago in Bridlington, in a big event over this format.
125.
And the gloves are off already early doors in this one.
44.
These 2 have also met in the Super Series in its previous incarnation. It was in Phase 3, Week 4 earlier this year. Both of these games in Group A. And it was 1 game apiece, but both matches being won by 4 legs to 1. So the indications are off of previous metrics. This is going to be a close one. This could be a blockbuster.
Yeah, that's game short.
That is absolutely magnificent from the Duff man. A 1-4-2 for a 12-darter to win the opening leg. We said this could be a special game. That is a special start from the Duff man.
And as an opponent, you know that you've got to go with
58.
it, or you're going to get steamrolled.
$26.
Jared got away with a bad start there. Sometimes
43.
when a player has a bad start, you then follow in thinking, here we go, and you over-try just slightly. We keep hearing it all the time. If you're a dart player, when you're up there, if you start thinking, you've had it.
That's a shimmy across, and you wouldn't have seen much of that treble 20 bed.
He weasels his way through there. That last dart weasels its way through the gap, and Duff has just done the same to hit the treble 20 with his 3rd dart. Cole will be wanting to leave 160
60.
minimum, but bit of a lurch with that last one. It's allowed Duff to take control of the leg.
140.
Look at the focus in the eyes of the WDF World Champion. He knows this is significant. And he's playing the best darts anyone's played so far today. 113.38. He's looking to back the 12 darter up with a potential 15.
84. Jared, you require 117.
And he was too good there to leave himself on 11. He could be broken. Sorry, yeah. Could be 1-1. If Cole could take the 117. Two legs played, 2 legs won. With ton plus outshots. The 142 for Duff in the first leg, followed by the 117 for Cole in the second. Apologies about that. I don't know what happened there, but I can tell you and guarantee you we are at level at 1 apiece.
140.
It was a massive shot. It was a massive shot because I think the Duff man had thought he had actually done enough
57
to take the leg. And then in came an imposter with no darts, and he wanted it. And then he disappeared.
Never to be seen again.
45.
See, we do rehearse all this. We don't just make it up as we go along.
Yes, you just got a clip of our dress rehearsal there on camera
80.
focusing first thing this morning.
Lucky they don't get videos of us doing the dress rehearsals in the morning. No one wants to see that.
Nobody wants to see us, mate. That's a very valid point. They want to see players doing this. And another 180 from Neil Duff.
Averaging 113. But back comes Cole.
140. Neil, you require 136.
136 to add to the ton toppers we've seen in this spectacular match.
96.
But he'll take tops after 12. This is an excellent performance from the Duff man.
100. Neil, you require 40.
Tops were 13. Tens. But Jared has a chance.
124.
He won the second leg of a 117. He could still break in the third with a 124 if he can get the bullseye. And he wasn't too far away.
10.
And so Duff returns for double 5 for 2-1.
Yeah, that's came short in the third leg. Neil Duff.
And a very positive double 5 there. You know, you can get a bit niggly and try and throw high
Fourth
there.
leg is Jared to throw
He was
first.
absolutely
Game
full
on.
bore on the bean, straight at the double. And then it went. But let's not forget that was only to hold throw.
85. 100.
I don't think I've got enough fingers to count the number of times the first dart in a Neil Duff visit in this match has found the treble 20.
97.
Prolific is the word we were looking for. Prolific.
Supercalifragilistic. There's no more words to describe this performance from Neil Duff.
Prolific perfection.
85. 85.
So Jared really needs a ton and a bit here on this visit.
64. Neil, you require 136.
Clever, clever work from Jared Cole there.
96.
The way this game has gone, you almost expect the fish to go.
43.
So
Neil,
tops for a break and a 3-1 lead, averaging 106.5.
Yeah,
and you just have to marvel at the brilliance of Neil Duff. A 13 dart leg, a 3-1 lead, an average just underneath 107. And the world champion in the WDF system is going through the gears. He is proving why he picked up that Lakeside title in April. Because when the big game has arose, he has produced his best stuff, or is producing his best stuff. Jared Cole, the king of the castle, as a mountain to climb from here.
100.
It's definitely the Duff doing his stuff right here at the MODUS Super Series.
95.
And this is also huge psychologically because these are the pair's last fixtures today, but will be the first game they play tomorrow.
140.
Whoever could win both of these fixtures could put clear daylight against each other.
125. 94. Jared Judicar,
He's back in there, and you could see what he was trying to do with that last dart, leaving it so he only had to hit one treble. Get a double on his next visit, but he missed the ball.
Neil Judicar, 131.
That would have been to have sealed a spectacular performance in some style, but he is going to leave it incredibly handy. He's going to leave himself tops after 15, and this 96 for Jared Cole is going to have to go. He's got 2 at double 18, only needs the 1, and gets a break back to bring it back to within 3-2. He has the darts in the 6th to send us all the way to a 7th and deciding leg. And for the first time in a meeting here at the Super Series, it will not end 4-1 in one direction. It could end like they're meeting
100.
in the British Classic in September, and that going all the way to a 7th and deciding leg. Not if Neil Duff's got anything to say about it.
Terrific start to the leg from Duff.
95.
Almost matched by Cole. Slight lateral drift to the left, see him score 95 instead of 140. But the Duff man is now back asserting himself on the leg with a back-to-back 140s.
Needs 2 trebles here. Doesn't get it. Advantage Duff. He's got 6 for the match. And you get the sense the way he's playing, that may well be all he needs.
57.
The door left ajar for Cole if he can manage to hit a treble.
58.
But again, he goes trebleless.
164. 82.
Half the score. Cole can only apply pressure. Duff should get a dart.
96. Neil Judicar, 82.
To seal a fabulous win. He's going to get a dart at tops, but it drags just underneath, and so to save the game, Jared Cole needs 108.
44.
So double 10
Neil Judicar, 20.
for Neil Duff to seal a 4-2 victory. But it doesn't go. Cole has a chance to send us a distance. We can take out this 64.
Judicar, 64.
Goes back, steadies himself, takes a mouthful of water, has a little talk to himself. He will get 1 dart at double 8.
Yeah, that's game shot.
And he hits it.
Jared Cole.
Why just hit the 1 double when you're capable of hitting the 2? A wry smile from Neil Duff there. He knows this game should be done and dusted. And he's now got to do all the hard work again.
And in this cauldron-like environment, it's good to see that kind of sportingship as we head into the deciding leg, which Duff kicks off 140.
100.
My word, was that a precarious first dart.
And Duff straight back in there.
140.
He's really prolific. That's 2 140s again, back to back. That is a good pickup from the start there. With that 5, that was a great pickup. The 2 treble 19s. But Duff is being relentless.
100.
140, 140, 100 for Duff, taking him down to 121. And Jared Cole, for all his huffing and puffing,
Neil, you require 121.
he's being left behind here in this leg.
For the match, he's going to get 1 dart at double 18. But it goes inside. He will return for double 9 for 13 data to win the match. Cole can only apply as much pressure as possible.
80.
He applies
Neil,
some.
You require 18.
So double 9 for Duff. Double 4. And that is now 3 from 13 on the doubles.
Jared, you require 106.
And Jared is going to get a go. If he can keep the carpet in order.
He's now rearranging the set.
Jared, DFS is across the road.
Exactly right. He needs that treble 18. He's missed it. 68 left. He's
Neil,
sat there waiting
4.
to go. Should Duff make a mess? Double 2.
Game, shot.
And the Duff man is the top man on Monday here at the Super Series. 4 wins from 5 for him and a 98.46 average. He has saved his best till last as he defeats Jared Cole in a last leg thriller here. We built it up as the game of the day. It most certainly delivered. 4 from 14 on the doubles gave Jared an opportunity in the deciding leg, but that 1-4-2 checkout in the opening leg was a real highlight, followed by the 117 in the leg after. A real thrilling affair for a top of the table tussle between Duff and Cole. It is the WDF World Champion who claims the 2 points. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Graham Hall and Keelan Kay are looking to put themselves in as good a position as possible going into tomorrow. We'll see them in action for the last time on the Monday session here at the Super Series after this short break. here is all about seeing who can claim their second win of the day. And if you're looking at the stats, it can perplex you a little bit because Keelan Kay has got the best overall match average of the two today. But if you actually put the matches together, Graham Hall has been the most consistent performer.
Yeah, absolutely. Keelan has taken his time to get going today, and Graham has also said that he's felt consistent today, not at the level he's been playing, but he feels that Slow and Steady could win the race, but he really needs to win this game to stay in it.
Indeed. So Graham Hall, a 33-year-old from Alchester, throwing a 22 grand custom dart, made the last 64 of the UK Open earlier on this year, up against the 20-year-old Keelan Kay, who we're going to see plenty of on the big stages as time goes on. Two-time PDC Development Tour champion. And we are ready to get underway.
$100.
And it is a steady ton to start for Hall. I suppose both players,
97.
regardless of maybe the outcome here, will feel as if they're going to have to put a bit of a push in tomorrow, get a bit of a spurt going.
125.
Yeah, absolutely, because obviously you've got to be careful because the top of the table can
140.
Run away with it if you're not careful.
Run away is what Graham Hall might be doing with this opening leg. Back to back 125s, leaves himself on 151 after 9.
Graham, you require 151. $137.
Tidy, very tidy leg from Graham Hall.
137. Graham, you require 14.
And that's not too shabby from Keelan Kay either, being sat on 70 after 12. Wry smile from Hall there. Going to go for the top left.
No score. Keelan, you require 70.
So he's giving himself a good chance here. H.
Well, that's actually a little bit of a happy accident because another one of them leaves tops, gets tops.
Keelan Kay.
The 215s, leaves himself a dart at tops that he gets 4-15 and a breaker throw in the opener.
Second
the Lord is on the board.
Game on.
Your Honour.
He most certainly is. But Hall was definitely not on the ball there when he missed those 3 darts at 7-7 because he really, the leg should have been his. And again, we go and we talk constantly about the mental side of the game.
60.
You either shrug that off and laugh that off, or it starts to eat you from the inside out.
Is it bad that when you said Hall on the ball, I
21.
thought of an Anton Deck World Cup track?
Yes, it's very bad. Very bad that you think of Anton Deck on anything other than seeing a kangaroo.
It is that season.
84.
It is. They'll soon be back on our screens. But it won't affect us. We'll still be watching
58.
the tungsten being thrown.
$87. 28.
So after what was a stupendous first leg, this one seems to have
100.
absolutely fizzled out here, particularly for Keelan Kay.
Tail of 2 legs.
27. Graham, you require 170.
We are in the homeland of Charles Dickens, so we can say a tail of 2 legs. Am I right in saying it's World Cities Day today, Scott?
Yes, I told you that earlier. I was quite happily listening to Radio 2 on the way down this morning to Freddie Mercury and their rendition of Barcelona there. It was like listening to Classic FM this morning on the way in, but very calming to get me ready for the day.
Is Hall ready for the break back?
45.
It absolutely fathoms me how he robbed that first leg with the superb darts.
20.
And here we are, 6 darts on from what he won the leg with before, Keelan, and
no score.
He's not even near, and Hall is under no pressure whatsoever going for this double. He's probably looking at it and thinking, I've got time.
97. Graham, you require 20.
Almost been a summary of his day so far. We've seen some really good stuff from Keelan, especially in that game against Jared Cole, but we've also seen
a
couple of inconsistent performances. This 114 would shut us all up.
74. Graham, you require 20.
I'm sure Graham now is thinking, it's time to go. That was the safe one.
15.
That was the one going for it. And my, oh my. How many darts has he had this leg?
Well, it's Halloween night. He's missed 13 darts at double as Graham Hall.
Yeah,
and it is unlucky for him.
Keelan Kay.
And you could quite easily say he's having a nightmare.
The live lounge is becoming a tungsten treehouse of horror for Graham Hall. I await the WhatsApp from Paul Nicholson imminently.
100.
I was wondering if he went to the American football yesterday at Wembley.
36.
It wasn't his beloved Steelers, though, was it?
No, I know it wasn't. But, you know, when we only get the games over here very rare, you've got to be a fan of the game on those occasions rather than be a fan of the team.
My team, the Seahawks, are in Germany this weekend. The game at the Allianz. Oh, no, it's not. It's in Frankfurt. My apologies.
$97.
Well, I did see Cooper Kupp pick up that injury yesterday, although we're going to end the NFL chat there because that's for a different commentary partnership.
Graham, you require 164.
Indeed, yeah, sorry about that. I do have a little interest in the NFL and watch it on a Sunday evening, but I was obviously in bed last night very early, so that I was here bright and breezy this morning.
86.
For my first week run here at the Super Series with MODUS.
84. Graham, you require 78.
Well, Graham Hall was in a similar position in the last leg where he was well in front going into the finishes, but he couldn't convert, and Keelan Kay managed to take full advantage.
Graham Hall.
But there's no messing about from the G-man there. Halves the deficit, back to 2-1.
Forward lag, it's Keelan the throw
and it is
first.
Keelan who has the darts in leg 4.
55.
You have to say he deserved that leg, really, because of what happened to him the leg before. And has it renewed his confidence by winning a leg again?
100.
Throwing far more positively, and he's a little bit quicker there. He's been very sort of not therapeutic.
140.
I know what that means. He's been very thorough with his throw up to now, and that last throw, he was a little bit more Keelan Kay-like. And getting sucked into slightly quicker movement of the arm, and obviously releasing seconds, visibly seconds quicker.
82. $140. 60.
Only a 60 there opens the door up for Graham Hall to get the break back to level up at 2 apiece from 2-0 down.
97. Keelan, you require 164.
He's himself on 80 after 12. You sense this 164's got to go. It doesn't on this occasion. And so Graham Hall
Graham, you require
has
80.
an opportunity to level this game back up.
Keelan sat handy on 64, but here we go. That double 10 that eluded him earlier, he's now chasing back up to double 5.
70.
And
Keelan,
those two have eluded
64.
him again. Big, big chance here for Keelan Kay.
Double 16 for 3-1.
Yeah, that's game short on the forward
And
line.
credit where
Keelan
credit's
Kay.
due here for Keelan Kay. Every opportunity he has got, he has taken pretty
Fifth
much.
flag is Graham to throw first. Game on.
He thought it was a break of throw. He was ready to throw first in that leg.
When you're in the moment, you forget which throws, who's got what. And when you're playing well and finishing well, you tend to not know or worry either way.
22.
And I think if Keelan can get on to 4 points well in the end of today, the rest of the field should be served notice.
Yeah, I totally agree, but he hasn't helped himself here.
96.
He started off there with like he's leg 2 Keelan again.
134.
Superb pick up there from Kay.
98.
Again, well thought out there from Graham Hall. Leave himself 167. Here comes the more natural Keelan
Graham, you
again,
require
throwing a little quicker.
167. 93.
Again, a good visit from Hall. Keelan would be thinking, I've got to stay close. He'll give me a chance if I stay close.
60.
That's making
Graham,
it
you
go a little
require
bit tight at the
74.
moment. Keelan Kay throwing a little tight this leg. But it's Hall for 74. He's changing his double up. Can he hit double 8?
58.
He's struggling on that side of the board now.
It's 1 from 18 now on the doubles.
100. Graham, you require 16.
Is double 8 going to be nicer for Graham Hall? 2 4s.
Yeah, that's game short on the
3-2.
fifth flag. Graham Hall.
And that would just be a relief. After all the toil and trouble he's had,
Six
just to
flag, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
see one that finds the back of the net pretty much.
It's one of those games the Keelan Kay supporters maybe that are watching at home could quite easily have seen Keelan lost this one
54.
4-0 and had no complaints because Graham had been there first. Now Keelan's chance. He has throw. And Hall is all over him.
140.
Keeping the pressure on. Remember hearing Phil Taylor in all those interviews about keeping your opposition under pressure
134.
and trying to make him do what you want him to do, which is miss. But that was a good visit from Kay to turn the pressure right back on to Graham Hall.
44.
You squeeze a balloon enough, it's going to pop. And it is similar with the psychology of sport. If you apply enough pressure onto someone, at some point,
44.
you're going to pull up some trees. You're going to force their hand.
134.
This is incredible. He's making a sprint to the line, Keelan Kay.
And you then start thinking it's not your day, because on Graham Hall's last visit there, he had a massive deflection into the 5.
134.
But
Keelan,
is
you
this all in
require
vain?
80.
It's Keelan Kay for 80. He's hit the treble 20. It's chasing up to the double 5.
70. Graham, you require 139.
This would be some act of escapology, but the tricks will not come out for Graham Hall. It could be a treat for Kay to end the day on 4 points if he can get double 5. Twos. Never lose. And Keelan Kay completes his second victory of the day against Graham Hall by 4 legs to 2. A game which basically centred around the doubles bed. As you can see, 2 from 20 for Graham Hall, 10%. 4 from 10, Keelan Kay, 40%. Evidently, that was where the game was won and lost in the end. And so Keelan Kay will get 4th place in the day, in the table. He keeps the pressure on the top 3. Graham Hall will return tomorrow. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it is the final match of the session as Toft-Jørgensen takes on Merks. That's live and next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Keelan Kay has come out the victor in his final match, our penultimate match of this morning's session. It was a 4-2 victory for him over Graham Hall. Hall, largely the architect of his own downfall. There you can see his doubling percentage there, just 10%. Missed 18 attempts at double in that match. A really strong opening leg. It looked like it was going to really set the tone for that match. A 15-dart break of throw from Keelan after Hall missed 3 at the outer ring, and it looked like it was going to be another high-quality encounter. But Hall's double trouble continued throughout that match, and Keelan Kay was able to capitalize and punish his opponent in that one to get over the line and get another 2 points on the board. It moves Kay up to 4th in the league standings, and that's where he will stay heading in to day 2 of Group A action. Next up then, our final match is Merks against Toft-Jørgensen, and Alexander Merks has already had a delightful debut day here, hasn't he, at the MODUS Super Series. It could be even better if he can win this final game, because it will leave him top of the table after the opening day's play. For Toft-Jørgensen, a victory will move him onto 4 points, and it will lift him off the bottom of the table going into tomorrow. Some frustration for him, but there is plenty to build on from the performances he's delivered so far. So then, who will pick up the last 2 points of the day? Guys, back over to you.
And so, as Daft Punk would say, one more time here on Monday at the Super Series, as Andreas Toft-Jørgensen and Alexander Merks finish off our spooky session at the Live Lounge on Halloween night.
It's like a joke. This Danishman and Dutchman walk into a pub and have a game of darts.
But who is going to finish the sentence? Who is going to have the last word on the opening day? Gonna have to get to the bottom of Alexander the Great as a nickname, I think. There's a great story surely to be had with that.
Indeed.
100.
Alexander will be looking to win this game to go level at the top of the table.
97.
If he wins, he will go top because of a superior legs difference. 2-0 Duff. Duff on +5, Merks on
60.
+6. So no matter what with a victory, he would go at least 2 legs clear of Duff at the top of the Group A table overnight. If you have just joined us for the final game of the day, you have missed some cracking stuff over the last 5 matches. This is a table everything stand.
40.
Neil Duff on 8 points, Alexander Merks on 6, Jared Cole also on 6, Keelan Kay on 4, Graham Hall on 2,
100.
and Andreas Toft-Jørgensen also on 2 points in this group. Remember, these fixtures reverse tomorrow morning, and so this will be the first fixture tomorrow where Alexander Merks will have the advantage of darts, and it may pave the way to an interesting battle in match 3 between Jared Cole and Neil Duff. But to the first leg here, and Toft-Jørgensen first to a finish. The 161 he wants. Treble 17 would have left him a dart at the ball, but he has set it up perfectly, and this 144 is going to have to go, but it doesn't.
39. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen 24.
Toft, or Toffee, as his nickname is,
that's game
comes
short
back
on the first
and
line.
takes that out in 2 darts. Looked much more positive
Second lag is
than when he
Alexander
left the
to throw
stage
first. Game on.
just 20 minutes ago or so.
100.
I have to say the games have flown by today on my first Monday morning. It's
100.
I've been pleasantly surprised.
Been good fun, hasn't it?
Absolutely, it's been good.
Do you want to do it all again tomorrow?
45.
Oh, only because you've asked. Go on then, I will.
We are back 9:30 tomorrow morning on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where you can subscribe to us to catch the best of the highlights, bonus behind the scenes content, as well as all the live action.
45. 100.
Yeah, Scott's with us up until Thursday when you're going to make the trip up to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, do my stuff here Thursday and then jump on the motorway and head Barnsley bound. So, yeah, I should go home this afternoon, get a few darts in practice
60.
once we're done here. And, yeah, I've got a league game tonight from my local league, which is probably at the furthest venue away from my house, which is lovely, just what you need after a little trip down to Portsmouth. But, yes, yeah, looking forward to it again at the weekend.
100.
Quinn Hammond will join us
114.
from Thursday evening onwards here at the Super Series. Alexander Merks will be hoping he's not going to join us on Thursday and Friday because he's won Group A and he'll get the luxury of 2 days off. Toft-Jørgensen wanting a ton for 2-0 and the break of throw.
60.
But Alexander the Great will have the chance to return, and he's going to split for double 8.
Game short in the second leg.
What a good idea. If you're going to hit it, split it. For me, you see, I always find the split. If I'm going to split it, I'd really like to have a dart at it.
Game on.
If you're a dart player of a certain standard, you've got to believe in yourself that you can hit anything on that outer ring, even under the most pressure. You've got to not convince yourself that you can't hit it. And those situations, I love to just go straight at the double and have a good bash at it, and what happens, happens. But there we go. We're all different.
59.
It worked that time for Alexander. So I'm sure that he will continue because that's how he feels in his way. It's the right way to go. And
60.
what's right in your head is the way to do it because then you can achieve it.
Don't second guess yourself.
Never,
43.
never second guess yourself on a dartboard. You've got 25 left. Don't go, oh, shall I go
57.
9? Oh, shall I go 17? Oh, shall I go 1? Because before you know it, you've gone in the middle of a lot of them and you've missed it.
59.
Well, in my case, a regular leave.
140.
I've only met one person that ever loves double 3, and that was Richard Ashdown, I suppose. But yeah, that's the only person I've ever met that loves double 3.
60. Alexander, you require 144.
Yeah, 9 darts of him is 3 single threes in one
88.
go.
Andreas, you require 140.
Indeed. Oh, he's quite a tidy player himself. Oh, this is good.
100.
Oh, it was
Alexander, you
nearly
require
too good. That was
56.
very close to busting his score.
Yeah, that's game short in the third line.
And that's the
Alexander
break for
Merks.
Alexander Merks, the 56, a clean kill on the double 18. He leads 2-1 and he's 2 legs away
Forward
from
luggage,
joining
Alexander to
Neil
throw
Duff
first.
at the summit
Game on.
of the table on 8 points.
60.
You get the sense that it's set up perfectly for tomorrow, isn't it, this
140.
table, Scott?
It really is. I really am excited to get back. I know people are going, oh, yeah, I am. I like the way that this
90.
group is shaping up. I think there's still some twists and turns to come over the next 2 or 3 days. And
100.
yeah, I think this is a superb group. The way that the groups are made and the way that the players are picked. It's all very clever stuff
84.
here. It's scientific.
We know what we're doing.
I had a scientific calculator once
91.
when I was at school. But yeah, we're not science. It's done here by the human head.
59. Andreas, you require 170.
Yeah, science wasn't my strong point at school.
58.
I did like just mixing stuff together and seeing what smoke I could get or whether I could get it to catch fire. So yeah, I did enjoy science while I was there.
140. Andreas, you
School
require
science was basically
112.
Bunsen burners all the time, wasn't it?
Allowing you to set fire to anything. Superb.
So 36 scored for Andreas.
52.
He's himself on
Alexander,
60.
you require 68.
So he's going to get a dart at his
Yeah,
favourite
that's game
double
short on the
16.
forward
And it
line.
hasn't really let him
Alexander
down
Merks.
at all today, has it? That double 16 for Alexander Merks. And he is a leg away from joining Neil Duff
Fifth
on
flag,
8
it's Andreas to
points.
throw first.
He has been
Game
very
on.
strong on that left-hand bottom side of the board.
$60. $43.
There's nothing in it with the averages on these two. And Toft-Jørgensen really has huffed and puffed in this one.
42.
But just really hasn't got himself the opportunities at the double.
$96. $140.
Wow. 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 He's making a run to the line.
59.
And so Alexander Merks has 6 darts from 182 to seal the match.
56.
126 he's left after 12.
84. Alexander, you require 126.
to end his first day at the Super Series in style. The bullseye.
93. Andreas, you require 116.
Will he come back? He may not, because Andreas is going to have one dart at tops for the 116, which comes and goes.
33.
Double 16 has been his friend all day. It's his friend again. And Alexander Merks ends his debut day at the Super Series, top of the pile on 8 points, following a 4-1 victory against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen with an average of 82.76. The game's solitary maximum, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, a high checkout of 68 for Andreas, 1 out of 5 on the outer ring, 20% that equates to work for him to do tomorrow morning in the group. But it's Alexander Merks who tops the pile with Neil Duff alongside him on the 8 points after a thrilling first day's action here at the MODUS Super Series. And so then let's get some final thoughts and reflections up on the balcony, where the 2015 BDO World Champion Scott Mitchell is joined alongside Abigail Davies.
The table, he's put in some really, really good performances today, hasn't he?
He has, and he's taken his chances. That's been the biggest thing. He hasn't had the biggest averages, but every time that double gets there, particularly on 16s and 8s, he doesn't miss.
Yeah, he really doesn't. And in terms of the overall field today, it took a little while for things to spark into action, didn't it? But Jared Cole was the player who really set the bar with that performance over Keelan Kay a little bit earlier on in the day. Who is it at this moment in time that's really stood out for you today?
Well, I'll tell you, I was impressed with Neil Duff coming back from a really slow start. You know, he's got all the pressure of being the WDF World Champion on his shoulders. Everybody here wants to gun him down because he's a champion, and he's come back from that really well, so he's impressed me today.
And Toft-Jørgensen, of course, he ends the day bottom of the league standings going into day 2. But it is important for these players to remember, isn't it, that it's a long format here. It is a marathon, not a sprint, and he's still very much in with a chance, maybe not qualifying via Group A, but certainly getting himself into Group B.
Do you know what? I think that he's shown enough to say that he could still get out of this group with 2 days to go. It's his first day today. He's had to learn all about the atmosphere. It's all new to him. He will sleep probably not as well as he'd like because he's bottom of the group tonight. But tomorrow I would advise him to just go game by game. Don't look at the group. Don't look at the table. Just try and win leg by leg and game by game.
And do you think the manner in which he lost that last game will play on his mind a little bit? Because he did have opportunities. If he could have maybe scored a little bit heavier, he could have maybe got a different outcome from that last game of the day.
Yeah, possibly. But when you know you're sat there on the bottom of the group, you just play it so much differently in your head. And if you start playing darts in your head, then we all know you're in big trouble.
You most certainly are. Thinking is a very dangerous thing in this sport, isn't it? But it is all still to play for. Going into day 2 of Group A, we'll be returning at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, so you won't want to miss that. We'll see you then. Sorry about that. It's the 5th time it's happened today. I don't understand why it's happening, but yeah.
Unibet and William Hill. The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.